Okay, looks like we're good to go. Again, welcome everyone. Today I'm joined by Spring Onion from the GrapheneOS team. And we'll be taking your questions, kind of going through things, and don't really have much of a format for the chat, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, hello everyone. Here I am. My name is Spring Onion. I am the community manager for the GrapheneOS project. And if you have been following the project close-ish, chances are you will have seen my name around. I've done some things in the past. Either that, or maybe you also know me from my pseudonym, Dave Wilson. So hello everyone. Excited to meet you on a more personal note, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you coming on and excited to see how this goes. So if anyone has questions, post them in any of the chats and we'll try to get to them and see how it goes. Let's see that one. Just taking care of the self-hosted stream quick. Let me change some settings. Okay, let's stop this one quick. Okay, now we're good.
Reading some pretty nice comments already.
Okay, I think we should be good. One question I saw, I guess I'll throw this one out quick.
Yeah.
Someone else actually asked me this too. Any further news on the Motorola phone or any updates on that?
It's funny because something I thought about before the live stream hit. I was wondering when that question was gonna show up. Apparently, it's the very first one, so that's pretty funny. Not much I can say in that regard. It's going well. That's what I can say. Things are going as the plan, as per plan. So yeah, all good on that front, but not much more I can really share beyond what's been shared so far by the press release and what you can find on our socials and whatnot.
Yeah, I figured it was kind of a hush-hush at this point, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's many things that are not really set in stone yet. Many things that, might change over time, etc. So, but, rest assured, everything is going great. So, yeah, we're on track.
Good to hear.
Okay, yeah, something that we didn't actually touch on initially. So the plan is that, Josh, you look over like stream chats, and I see, or like I check our like community chats, because remember you can ask your question on the stream as well as like in the chats on our Discord and Matrix. If you use the chats, please do so in the media channel, because these are the only ones I'm watching. All right, let's see. There's a question here. How long have I been the community manager? Not that long. I honestly, I cannot really give you a definite date because it kind of just came along. Yeah, it kind of just came along over time. So I can't really give you a definite date. But for a couple of months now, yeah. Maybe about September last year, but you didn't hear too much about me until rather recently. Oh, Sorry about that. I need to. I forgot to mute my phone there. Rookie mistake.
Here's a question I
Okay.
got. Is there a way for the apps not to see ton zero interface when they are excluded from the VPN tunnel?
Interesting question. I'll be honest, that is above my pay grade. I suggest you ask in our general chats. That is above my pay grade. But I'm sure, just in general, we have a lovely community, and someone's always around to hopefully answer that question.
Yeah, the forum's a great spot for that stuff.
Yeah, that too.
Let's see, is everything... here's a good one. This is kind of a hot topic. Is everything we're hearing about Google locking down installing apps outside of Google Play Store going to affect GrapheneOS in any way? And what are your thoughts on this for the Android community in general?
Great question, because that is actually one of those topics I wanted to touch on a little deeper. So there is the site. It's called keepandroidopen.org, right? Pretty catchy name. I like it. We did sign the petition. Okay, we did sign it because we like the general idea on what Keep Android Open is trying to achieve, right? What it's trying to achieve is to bring attention to Google, bring attention to AOSP, bring attention to what is happening with AOSP, what Google is doing. And as of right now, Keep Android Open is solely focused on the upcoming developer, like Android developer verification that is set out to roll out relatively soon. I think it was September originally. I'm not sure if the date has changed. The problem is just, you see, it's complicated because Keep Android Open is a little alarmist sounding. Okay, if you go open the web page right now, it's going to tell you, hey, Android is being locked down in X amount of days, and Google is going to like block sideloading, and it all sounds very alarmist and maybe not entirely accurate. Because you see what's happening is that, yes, Google is restricting sideloading in the future. However, they're not blocking it entirely, okay? The biggest hurdle they like put in place is like you as the end user have to wait 24 hours to like install an app by a developer that didn't verify themselves to Google. That is a one-time process. And well, okay, you do also have to click through a bunch of warnings, but the 24-hour wait, that is like the biggest hurdle you need to overcome. And that's really it, right? But Keep Android Open, I mean, it does say that like further down in the line, further down the website, sorry, it tells you what Google has planned and how to, I suppose, reactivate normal sideloading behavior. But we, as a project, like as a whole, we have seen a lot of people on the internet who seemingly don't quite like fully understand the implications and like what is actually happening with this program. And that is a problem, right? Because people might feel inclined to drop Android, they might feel inclined to switch to Apple. And that is a big problem. So we are currently talking with the Keep Android Open folks and suggesting them they should perhaps update the site a little to better accommodate the reader in a sense.
I guess along those same lines, the age verification that some states or places are looking to put into effect, will that come into play on GrapheneOS at all? or no?
No, we will just not implement any of that. It doesn't really affect us in a sense. No, we will just not. As far as I'm aware, not much can really happen to us. So we should be covered there. But to go back to keep Android open, you see, from my perspective, if the reader, or like the customer in that sense, reads your website and comes to a conclusion they shouldn't come, then I would argue it's kind of your responsibility to make sure to kind of rephrase your wording so people do get like the overall gist right. So hopefully that is something we can work together on to maybe fix in a way, because it is a real problem. People are very scared about this Android developer verification, and like, yes, you should definitely talk about it, you should educate people, but we need to educate people right, okay? So people know what's coming, so they can react appropriately. And most importantly, not decide wrongly, right? We don't want people to jump ship to Apple, okay, when that's really not necessary. So yeah, because another thing what at least I personally kind of envision for Keep Android Open is that it becomes sort of a hub of like central location, central like information that you can inquire about, like the current state of Android or AOSP. So it can perhaps talk about some of the other issues that have been, plaguing AOSP as a whole, like the plain integrity API, right? Plain integrity API is a topic that is significantly worse than the current Android developer verification. So hopefully we can work together to essentially add to the website and improve on things. But I have a good feeling. As I said, we are talking with them, and yeah, hopefully we can figure it out.
Do you want to grab a question from the Discord if there's any over there?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right, let's see. Where are you from, Mr. Onion? I live in Germany. And I also speak German fluently. That was a short one, so maybe I'll grab another one. What are the current plans regarding localization, translation of the OS apps, and language support for future keyboard rework / replacement? So localization is something that we have been looking into. This is also another topic where people often come in the chat rooms and suggest, hey, why do you not just accept translations from other people, right? Like a crowdsourced translation. And it sounds good on paper on first glance. The problem is just that if we add a language, okay, then we need to support that language moving forward. Okay, what does supporting a language mean? If text gets changed with the next update, that text needs to be updated as well, like immediately. Okay, and so this whole procedure cannot really stop the update from coming out. So everything needs to be in sync in a way and done very quickly. So that is always something to consider. And the approach of this crowdsourced approach of translations carries a risk. I suggest you look into what happened with Ubuntu a couple of years back when I believe it was their installer who their installer featured hate speech temporarily. So that is obviously not good and something we absolutely want to avoid. As for what like languages would be supported first, I would assume that German is pretty high up there. But yeah, it is definitely something we want to do. But with everything we do, really, we want to do that with a lot of care. So in a sense, it is on the to-do list.
So next one, my whole family and friends use WhatsApp. What would you use on GrapheneOS? Would you just install it or use another device? And I think there's also been some issues lately registering for new WhatsApp accounts. So I guess any thoughts on that?
Yeah, to kind of answer the first part of the question, I mean, the de facto standard is Signal, I guess, among the privacy community. If you're talking with your family primarily, I think you're going to have a better time having them switch to Signal, right? If possible. But don't fret. Don't fret to install WhatsApp on GrapheneOS if it comes to that. That is something that a lot of people get wrong. They think, hey, there's this awesome OS and it's super privacy focused, and that means I'm not allowed, or I do something wrong if I install an app like WhatsApp or even Facebook, or like Instagram, all these apps that are not exactly perceived as privacy respecting. But you couldn't be more wrong in that regard, because like we have, GrapheneOS has many features to deal with these kind of apps that are somewhat harmful to your privacy, right? Like context scopes, for example, in regards to WhatsApp. I believe that WhatsApp will ask for your contacts. You can use context scopes to limit the access of your contacts to WhatsApp. You can either give it no contacts or maybe some select contacts if you want. So yeah, if you're gonna run privacy harmful apps, do it on GrapheneOS, because that is the very best place to run them. Yeah, as for the WhatsApp problem, that is something I have noticed in the community. I believe that WhatsApp might be looking for like basic play integrity. You can achieve that on GrapheneOS, but you need to install WhatsApp from the Google Play Store, and you need to be logged in the Play Store. If you fulfill these two requirements, WhatsApp should work, I would assume. But that is also another case where perhaps you should consider inquiring the chat rooms in the forum. Maybe somebody else has another tip they can share.
Yeah, I think things are just getting a little bit tougher in that regard. Even creating new Google accounts has been more than a hassle in the recent months. So I don't know if that's part of it.
That can be.
Got a bunch of questions here, but if you want to grab one now.
There's so many questions.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
I feel like I'm kind of, sorry if I'm kind of maybe rambling a little too long. I'm still kind of easing my way into this stream. Let's see. I'm gonna try to grab one from Matrix. Let's have a look. Satire question for downtime. Do you eat spring onions? Absolutely. Spring onions are an amazing garnish, and I always have some at home. And I would definitely recommend you to also have some. So yep, definitely thumbs up from me. Okay, next up, does GrapheneOS have any potential plans for services to run alongside GrapheneOS to enhance out-of-the-flash usability and also get an additional steady stream of revenue? Maybe an Android app privacy audit service, encrypted backup service, etc. So to answer the out-of-box experience, we are currently reworking like the default apps to kind of modernize them, because admittedly the AOSP apps that come pre-installed are not exactly super modern. So we're currently modernizing those. I believe that the messaging app, so the SMS app, is about to be released. So for the SMS app, I believe there is still some work to be done kind of in the background on the technical side of things, but the UI modernization is pretty much done, and I think you can expect that to be released this month in July. I also believe that the gallery app is the next in the list. As far as I know, a lot of progress has been done on that front, but that is not so confirmed just yet. But yeah, we are working on that. As for your main question, any other kind of service to run, it depends really. I mean, we are a non-profit. We run entirely by donations. Android app privacy audit service. No, I don't think we'd really be interested in that too much, because some people might consider WhatsApp to be fine to use. Other people will not install that, no matter what. Encrypted backup service. I mean, there's a backup solution already in place. It is local, admittedly. I mean, if we were to run like these kind of services that would be paid, I mean, we'd most likely develop them ourselves, and that is again something that needs to be done with great care. I wouldn't completely rule it out, but not at the moment, no.
This one's regarding GrapheneOS development. Are LLMs used in development of GrapheneOS in any way, whether it be for code generation, code review, etc.?
I know that some of our developers have been using like AI effectively. Obviously they use it in specific circumstances, and they don't just vibe code the OS. But like that's the difference, right? AI can be a tool, but you need to know how to use the tool. And I'm sure that our developers know how to use LLMs and AI in a broader term to maybe accelerate development or even research, while not really compromising the security of GrapheneOS. Essentially, of course, we make sure that the quality of GrapheneOS isn't going down the drain.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of a spectrum of AI use when it comes to code.
Mm-hmm.
There's some pretty bad stuff, and then there's some, there's always the defense like, oh, AI hallucinates, which for sure it does, but also developers make mistakes. There's it's a big answer, I think.
It's really difficult for me to like give a solid opinion about that, because I'm not a developer myself, and it also just AI on its own kind of keeps progressing. It's also worth noting that the devs also review each other's work, right? So that happens all the time, and of course we also note when something has been made by AI, but everything's being reviewed by an actual human. So there is no actual like vibe coding happening here. We don't do that here. Okay. Any plans to change the default search engine to Startpage or Quant or even Karma Search? I'm not aware of any such plans. No. It's something we might revisit in the future, but at the moment, I think we're pretty okay with DuckDuckGo.
On the topic of browsers, what was the question? When will Vanadium be available for other Android phones? Is there any plans for that or in the works?
Well, the thing is, we develop Vanadium for GrapheneOS, right? So a lot of the work goes to support GrapheneOS exclusively. I believe you can already run Vanadium on like a non-GrapheneOS Android, but it's not something we really test. I cannot give you a timeline for that. It is something we might release in the future, but I wouldn't bet on it anytime, like soon, like very soon, like very near future. I wouldn't bet on it. There's also a lot of things we want to do for Vanadium, a lot of features. So, all right, let's see. Someone commented, "This month, new SMS app, awesome." I mean, yes, like that is my current status. But yeah, please don't quote me on that if it doesn't happen. Okay, I'm pretty confident that it will. But at the end of the day, things can change very quickly, right? Like the devs might be working on a specific feature, on a specific part of the OS, but then something might come in, some kind of bug, and then everything needs to be dropped, and we need to handle a bug or whatever. So, but yeah, it's looking good on that front for sure. I want to get another question because I really just commented on a comment there. I've heard that Graphene needs more developers. Is Graphene a good project to get started in phone software development? And if so, how to get started with little knowledge about general development? Interesting question. I would say that GrapheneOS isn't exactly a junior dev kind of project. So I suggest you should definitely brush up on your development skills first. But for sure, it is a great place for inspiration, and just maybe you can get a good idea or like a good overview on how we run things that might give you some inspiration, especially on the security side of things. I mean, everything is open source, right? So you can poke around. You can also ask the devs themselves if you want. They're also around often. Quick note, maybe, Josh, before you read out the next question.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be missing a lot of questions. Guys, feel free to repost your questions every now and then. Just don't overdo it, okay? But I think reposts are okay. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Are there any? Here's one. Are there any huge security functionalities coming down in the future, similar to something like hardened malloc?
I am not aware that like there's any like groundbreaking features in that regard coming. I believe like the hardened memory allocator is just something that you also kind of maintain over time. I mean, in most recent times there was memory tagging, right, which we kind of set up as the first like kind of production ready state. So we're pretty proud of that. Memory tagging, incredible feature. Also one of the primary reasons we recommend the Pixel 8 and above.
And I'm assuming that's probably going to be some of the requirements for the Motorola device.
Yeah,
at least.
yeah, exactly. You see, that is also why the upcoming Motorola phones are premium models, because Tensor has had MT for a few generations now, but Snapdragon has not. So on the Snapdragon side of things, it's a very new development in a way, and it's one of those cases where it needs to kind of trickle down first. That's why it's really only available in like the latest and greatest Snapdragon chip, which is good on the one hand because it's also very performant, right? Especially in comparison to the Tensor chip. But the downside is that it's obviously a premium model, which means it's gonna be expensive. Okay, let's see. Will the GrapheneOS team members use Motorola devices as their main phone or still use Pixels? That is a good question. I think that is a very kind of personal matter. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Really depends on what people prefer. But also at the end of the day, these upcoming Motorola phones will be flagships, right? So I don't think there will be much that like to hate on in a way, if you understand where I'm coming from.
I think this one, I always see this come up from time to time in the forums, but what about IPC scopes? Is there any progress on that or any complications that have come up?
Yes, so IPC scopes definitely something that a lot of people are looking forward to, and is also something that we said we were going to do in the past. But the truth is, it's a very, very difficult feature to implement right. Because the fun of this feature would be to stop any kind of side channel communication, any kind of leaks from happening. And making sure that nothing is leaking, making sure it's actually bulletproof is very difficult. So it remains to be seen if we will move forward with this feature. Because at the same time, you also have the private space, which is essentially a secondary profile that is just kind of a little bit more convenient to use. And so you can also make the argument, hey, maybe we should focus our work on private space, make sure you can use multiple maybe in the same profile. So yeah, it remains to be seen, but it is very difficult to implement right. Because you see, we don't do like half-baked features, okay? Like if we release something, it's because we're confident that it works and it works well, and it also has a point, right? Because we get a lot of like feature requests of people who have ideas, but then if you actually look into it and really like sit down, think about the feature, think about what is the purpose of this feature, what could defeat the feature in a way, and then you kind of come to the conclusion that maybe many features out there aren't actually as great as they sound like at first.
And I think when you look into a feature, it might seem simple at first, but there's a lot that goes into it. And if something's released and it seems like it was simple, I feel like that means it was just more work. Because there's some things I see in apps where they just bolt on functionality that anyone asks for, and before you know it, you just have a bunch of complex options in something that don't really make sense and aren't really maintainable.
Yeah, we are very selective in what kind of features we add to GrapheneOS because you have like the initial workload of actually implementing the feature. Well, the workload doesn't only consist out of implementing the feature because, as I said before, you need to design the feature, you need to think it through, What is it for? How could it be defeated? Once it passes that stage, then, I suppose we give it a priority. How big of an impact would this feature bring? And then decide from there. But it doesn't end there, right? Like, just because you add a feature, like, for example, Duress PIN password, okay? That is something that a lot of people ask for. It's out there, right? Pretty proud of that feature. But anytime a new version of Android comes out, we need to port Duress PIN. And in fact, we need to port everything, right? So every feature that you add comes with this kind of hidden maintenance cost that you need to consider. And so over time, as like feature set of GrapheneOS grows, the actual burden of work also increases. And that is something you need to be very, very wary of. So yeah. Here's an interesting one. GrapheneOS has been disappointed in the changes to the Android release cycle and security patches approach from Google. Do they talk about this with Motorola? Are they on the same page, and might they help you lobby for changes, maybe in cooperation with other OEMs that might agree with your criticism? I can say to that we are very happy to have Motorola as a partner, right? I mean, it's a it's a pretty strong player in the field, so that's always nice to have. But I'm afraid I cannot give you any detailed information. So sorry about that, but I cannot answer that sufficiently, I'm afraid.
While we're on the topic of Motorola, for the new device coming out, is the goal kind of regarding security, is it kind of parity with the current option available, or is there work to make it better than what's currently available? Or how's that?
Great question. Great question, and also difficult to answer definitely. Because of course, these Motorola phones will meet the requirements that are listed on our website, okay? But it is difficult to predict which of the available options, Motorola or Pixel, or for example Pixel 11 would be outright better. They could be trading blows in one regard or another. For example, I would just assume that, for example, with the secure element, that the Pixels have a Titan M2, and I believe starting with the Pixel 11, I believe that will even be upgraded to the Titan M3. That is a very good secure element, okay? That is a very good element. So that's just going to be difficult to beat. But at the same time, because we are working so closely with Motorola on these phones, I would say there's a lot of potential, right? There's a lot of potential because we're working together with them so closely, and we can kind of suggest changes as they come in. So remains to be seen. But I would assume that both options will remain a good pick. Okay. Who are public figures, for example, Edward Snowden, that GrapheneOS supports? I'm not sure if I understand that question fully. Do you mean people that support or have kind of people that support us, like GrapheneOS, famous people of the kinds of Edward Snowden? Maybe you can paraphrase that. What's another question here? Is there any way to use multiple VPNs at once for a user profile? I use Tailscale to access other devices, but I can't seem to be able to use a separate VPN simultaneously. So I'm stuck making an exit node on one of my devices, but that introduces difficulties like not being able to easily change the VPN country and latency for multiple hops. Phone Tailscale, exit node VPN through WireGuard. It's kind of intended that way. I mean, sorry, it's intended that like each profile has its own VPN slot. I'm not aware that there is a way to use multiple VPNs at once in one profile. I'm not aware of that. I'm not exactly an expert on VPNs, but that would be news to me. And I would, yeah, I would say there are no direct plans to change that behavior. We are already kind of busy, fixing all kinds of VPN leaks on Android, which we've been squashing one by one.
On the topic of VPNs, what apps and services on GrapheneOS are known to possibly bypass the VPN entirely? For example, Wi-Fi calling, connectivity checks, etc.
Yes, I know connectivity checks do that. Yeah, Wi-Fi calling might be another one. I'm not aware of any other ones. But well, you see the wave of VPN leaks, etc., have kind of shown that there is clearly a lot of work to be done on that side, on the front of VPNs. And it's important work, of course, just by the nature of a VPN, right? Okay, got a clarification of that previous question. People with views that GrapheneOS is in favor of. Oh. I mean, GrapheneOS in general is very anti-authoritarian. So I would say that whoever shares that kind of sentiment is probably up there. But people have vastly different beliefs. So I'm afraid I cannot tell you any specific names.
Are there any estimates on GrapheneOS user counts? I think last time I saw a post about it, it was maybe 300,000.
Funny enough, every time this question shows up somewhere on the internet, people link to this one forum post that I actually responded to. So I believe it's pretty high up in the search results. I should edit the post. So last time I heard, it's over 400,000 users. It's really difficult to give a precise number. In fact, it's impossible to give a precise number because there's no telemetry, right? There's no statistics of that kind. We can only really look at the quote unquote statistics of the download server, the update server, that tells us how many updates get pushed through, and make assumptions on that metric.
I guess onto that question, this is my own personal curiosity. I think you guys have your own AS now, so you can anycast the IP ranges. Does that mean that updates then are routed to the nearest update servers, wherever the user is geographically at this point?
That is probably right. I will admit that kind of question goes over my head. But yes, we do have our own space. And it sounded like it was amazing. But I will admit, I don't know the specifics. But I'm sure that one of our devs would be happy to further respond to that question of yours. Maybe drop it on the Discord or the Matrix.
Yeah, I always fascinated by networking stuff. I know it's not the most popular topic these days because everyone likes to outsource to big tech, but
Let's see. Next-gen Motorola handsets are said to be officially supported. Presumably, this means the GrapheneOS public keys are hardwired. No warning messages on boot up. Will there be stock Android versions of the same phones? If so, does this mean those phones will pass the problematic play integrity API checks when installed with GrapheneOS? That's a lot of ifs and questions. I can tell you that if a phone, like if the future Motorola phones do run, let's assume you buy a phone. It could be pre-installed with GrapheneOS. You could flash it yourself. That remains to be seen. The point is, so you got that future Motorola phone in your hands, and it runs unmodified GrapheneOS that will not pass play integrity. Like beyond the most basic verdict that will not pass. Going back to, I got a little message here. Going back to the question about the DNS and our own IP space. I'm pretty sure that is accurate. What you said there before. Yeah, I believe that is accurate.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid setup at that point then, compared to, I guess, the previous setup where you didn't really have that option.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's nice, right? Because GrapheneOS kind of carries a name. So, for example, when we go on Twitter or Mastodon or wherever, and we're like, hey, can we get some servers? We're kind of running out of capacity. We always get like so many providers kind of texting us and be like, hey, we can sponsor this, we can sponsor that. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cuts down on cost considerably, right? Like that is pretty awesome. And of course, we do also have a sponsor page on our website. So there's that.
Oh, this question kind of goes with the updates tangentially. Why is there no option to turn off updates completely? I want to decide when to update. There should be an option.
There is you can turn off updates fully. You can do that. It is not like just like a toggle, but that is by design because we don't like just don't. Okay, I mean like you can do it. You can do it by disabling the updater. Like there's an app on a GrapheneOS phone. I believe it's just called Updater or like Update Client. If you disable that, there will be no more updates. We have not implemented toggle for this because it's just a pretty bad idea to do in general. I have personally seen way too many people that disable the updater, then they forget, and then like a year or so down the line, they come into the chat rooms and they have some super obscure issue that nobody else seems to be having. And then it turns out, you ask them for the big number and they're just running a release from a very long time ago. So the option is there, but don't do it unless you have a good reason to, right? Unless you know what you're doing, just don't. There you go. That'll be my recommendation. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. I think for those of us who want to keep Play services in a separate profile, or rather the private space, we lose the ability to use RCS messaging. Ideally, I would love to get everyone to use Signal, but I'm also a realist. Most people don't want to install a separate app just to message one person. Does GrapheneOS have any plans in the future to implement RCS functionality into their own messaging app as an alternative to Google Messages? I would say yes. It's one of those things that would be lovely to have. And it's also one of those things that will be difficult to implement. in practice. But yeah, that is, I mean, for sure something we'd love to have.
This one's regarding Android 17. What does
Okay.
the GrapheneOS team think of Android 17 so far, and have there been any major issues observed? Some people have mentioned battery life in the chat.
Well, the thing is with battery life, people like after every like update, there will always be somebody that brings up battery life and how it has gone downhill from them for them. But the truth is that most of the updates don't even like change anything battery wise. I mean, yes, major Android versions do that, but on the other hand, I've also seen plenty of people who reported an increase in battery life. So it goes both ways. It really depends on people's setups, etc. I can say for myself that with Android 17, I don't think I noticed I mean, I can't really expect massive improvements. I don't really think I noticed like a significant improvement, but it definitely didn't get worse. So there's probably some smaller optimizations here and there. Oh yeah, by the way, Josh, I don't know, maybe you also feel up to the task to just see if you can answer some of those questions yourself.
Oh yeah, let's see.
We can try that. So you're also a bit more interactive in that regard. Kind of forgot to mention that. Also, another thing I forgot to mention, maybe, you know what, I mean, we're just winging it, right? There's no plans. That's something I forgot to do at the start of the stream, but how many people watching the stream right now are GrapheneOS users? Maybe type 1 in the chat if you are, and type 2 if you are not. Kind of curious to know what kind of audience we have here.
Just going to start a poll on YouTube quick. Let's see what shows up with that.
Oh yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Okay, seeing a lot of ones in. Okay, also found a troll too, in the chats. All right, that makes sense. I would assume that, like on your end of things, like in the streams, that there will be a couple of twos as well. Yeah, there's definitely more twos there. All right, but definitely a bunch of already existing users. Nice to see.
Self-hosted chat or self-hosted stream shows the same. Seems like most people at this point.
Okay, yeah. I see one comment in the YouTube chat. Just only yesterday from Android. Welcome to the club.
Here's one question that I think comes up quite a bit, and I'll have my answer on it if you have anything to add. How unsafe is it to use a Pixel 6 after the update support ends in October? My go-to answer is using an end-of-life device is never safe. I think people sometimes have this impression that if they aren't a target, then they don't have to worry about it. But at this point with mass exploitation, things like that, it doesn't matter if you're a target, it just matters if your phone is connected to a network.
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
You could be done for.
Yeah, I mean, just because you're running an end-of-life device and you've not been hacked yet, doesn't mean it's actually safe to use. I mean, yeah, like from a project's opinion, you need to switch to a newer Pixel immediately. But I would assume that perhaps this question is related to the Motorola phones. Perhaps that user is looking to kind of bridge the gap and then buy the Motorola phone instead. But we don't know when exactly these phones are coming out, right? And I think the Pixel 6 series, in October this year, they're going at end of life. So not not very safe to use, unfortunately. No. Like I mean, my personal opinion is if it was just a month or two, maybe it'd be like okay-ish. But yeah, it also remains to be seen what we do with the Pixel 6 series and also Pixel 7s, because you see in the past we used to offer extended support to like the phones that launch with like just 3 years of support, and we said we weren't really going to do that for the Pixel 6 and above, because they came with 5 years of support, which is decent enough. I'm not entirely sure if that plan has changed or not. I suggest maybe ask again when the time has come. But right now, we don't really have it planned. But it could change, right? We could decide to do some extended support. But the problem with these extended support releases is that people often would keep using these devices as if they are still considered safe, right? And they're not. They just aren't. Of course, you can do your best to kind of secure them to get you on a newer phone. But yeah, remains to be seen. An updated answer is well overdue. Yeah.
So on this one, are there any plans for GrapheneOS to host a unified push server for those that can't do it themselves?
Kind of basing off memory here, but I believe that is something we could do. Yes, I think so. It's a bit risky to just say that out now, but I believe that is something we could do. Yes, potentially. Yeah. I would definitely put that in the realm of yes. This we could do that. What is your favorite feature that GrapheneOS provides? My personal opinion, and Josh, maybe you can also give yours after that. It's kind of the whole package. I love how in control you are of the OS. I like how you boot the phone for the first time after you flash it, and it's very empty. There's no bloatware. There is no terms of condition, like terms of service. There's no privacy policy you have to accept. It's just the like immediate relief and like this feeling that the phone you're holding in your hands is truly yours. So that's my favorite.
Yeah, mine I'd say are the toggles under security and privacy. They're kind of the boring features, the ones that could prevent an app from opening that might have a memory leak or something like that, or the auto off Wi-Fi, auto off Bluetooth, just kind of small things like that.
Yeah, was pretty good. I mean, like a lot of the like security toggles, like the hard memory allocator. Yeah, we're not exactly very. How should I best put it? Like in your face in a way, right? Like the scopes feature with the context scopes, like sandboxed Google Play. That is, like all of these things are things you kind of see in front of you. Whereas hard and memory allocator, like memory tagging, all of these cool features, they're awesome, but you don't interact with them too much, right? But they're kind of the unsung heroes that are super important.
Yeah, it's tough when making YouTube videos on these features because I think they're incredibly exciting, but to show someone like, hey, look at this cool feature, and you just toggle something, and you're like, it's there, it's working. It's not big and flashy like some
exactly.
Google ad editing an image live or
yeah. And also how do you? Sorry, I just want to say also how do you kind of present it to be, or like presentable or kind of in a way that is also entertaining, right? At the same time. I mean, I mean, for sure, there's content out there that takes a deep dive into like hardened memory allocator, for example. There was a paper written about that some time ago, which, as far as I'm aware, was pretty high quality as well. But that is very on the educational side of things, right? It's maybe does not necessarily scratch the entertainment itch. So,
on the topic of security, could you give a quick overview of the security updates? I forget the exact name of them, but the security preview release, I think it is. There's a couple questions about that came up.
Depends on the specific questions. But yeah, with the security preview releases, it is worth noting that these are technically not open source, right? Like we cannot release them. Like we cannot release the source code for these patches until Google kind of does themselves or like gives their okay. But we can distribute them as a binary. So we can implement them into GrapheneOS via the security preview releases. It's just that you yourself cannot technically take a look at the source code. But in practice, if you're running GrapheneOS, then you kind of trust us, the maintainers. So there's no reason not to enable it. There's so many patches in there for so many months in advance. Yeah, it's not a good change by Google, because it just gives bad actors so much more time to potentially abuse these security holes. But it is what it is, and we've kind of worked around it that way. And it's worth noting, though, that these patches that we've applied, they should be relatively easy to reverse engineer. So someone could do that, post in the internet, and then you'd be fine. It's a very silly system overall.
Sounds
very silly corporate. System.
Doesn't really
very
protect
silly
it.
Restrictions. No, it's pretty ridiculous, but it is what it is. Seeing in the Discord chat right now, someone's mentioning that everything is open source. And as an answer, security preview patches have an embargo that prevents source code publishing until the embargo ends. Yep, that is pretty accurate. We can still use them, we just cannot show them to you. So that's why we have these like two release channels in a way, where you got like the normal GrapheneOS that is truly fully open source, and then one with the security, like with previous security patches applied. If Vanadium has all the hardening stuff within it, is there any reason to use browsers other than Vanadium? Well, it is worth noting that the Brave browser, for example, is doing pretty good on the anti-fingerprinting front. As far as I know, they're doing pretty good work on that front. That I suppose Vanadium needs to improve on. But I mean, yeah, I would definitely recommend using Vanadium.
It's a tough cat and mouse game when it comes to that.
Yeah, and a lot of people kind of have the wrong idea on how to combat it. There's a lot of kind of advice out there on the internet, where people tell you, oh, install this extension, install that extension, edit these settings, do this and that. But the problem is, every time you install an extension or try to like fake something specific values, you kind of just make yourself stand out more and not less.
Yeah, and there's great projects like Pi-hole, but at a certain point, those help with third-party domains. But when someone moves to using first-party domains to start serving their ads from, now you get
Yeah,
into
yeah,
traffic
yeah.
inspection, and it just gets infinitely more difficult at that point.
Yeah, on a like more direct privacy level. Yeah, for sure. Like DNS blocking is something you can do. Like go for it. um, but the problem is just that like the moment, for example, Facebook, okay, starts to route its like analytics through facebook.com instead of analytics.facebook.com, you have two options. Either you don't use Facebook or you accept that the analytics are gonna pass through anyway. And I feel that is something that's already happening pretty widespread. So I feel like this whole DNS blocking shenanigans, as I said, it's something you can do. Go ahead, but don't feel too safe doing that. um, yeah, don't feel too safe, because I feel like these kind of features they make you feel very safe, even though you may not be. What do you feel is the greatest usability issue bearing play integrity in GrapheneOS at this time? Ooh, that is a good question. The greatest usability issue. You know what? Let's ask the community. Go ahead. What is your greatest usability problem with GrapheneOS? Or like what bothers you the most? Can I ask in the community, because I'll be honest, nothing came to mind immediately. So I'm just using this to get some time for me to draft
Kind of on that
a response myself.
on that topic, while they're putting some answers in there, I do think the on-device speech to text was a huge increase in usability versus someone having to go
Yeah, for
download
sure.
it and figure that out.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in terms of accessibility, right? Like super,
Yeah.
super important for sure. That is also something that will be improved continuously over time. But yeah, that is a big win. Because
Here's a couple. Oh,
we try to make it a great experience for everyone, right? So no matter what, no matter your personal circumstances or like your knowledge.
a couple that I see in the chat over here is notifications without Google Play services, backup handling, backup solution, carrier things like voicemail.
Yeah. Backup solution. I mean, I think we included backup solution. It's called Seed Vault. I don't think it's as bad as some people will want you to believe. It's gotten better over time. It's definitely something that we're looking to either drastically rewrite or just replace entirely. But I believe it's doing okay. But for sure, it's not good enough. I do agree. What was the other one they mentioned? Kind of slipped my mind.
Oh, notifications without Play services.
Ah, yeah. Well, that is just something you kind of need to ask the apps in question, right? Like to kind of ping their devs. For example, Proto Mail, right? Doesn't really give you notifications unless you have Google Play. Perhaps something they should get on.
Tap to pay is another one that I see commonly come up.
Yep. That is a good point. Yeah. The thing is, like NFC payments, they do work on GrapheneOS. The problem is that many banks kind of rely on Google Wallet or Google Pay to kind of handle it in the background, and it's Google Pay that doesn't work because of play integrity. So that is rather unfortunate if all the banks start using Google Pay in the background for its functionality, and Google Pay doesn't work. But if you have a bank that kind of features its own NFC implementation, then you might be fine. You might be okay. I do admit, I believe in the US at the very least, there pretty much is no bank that kind of has its own system in place anymore. There are some in the like EU space, but not so much in NA. However, if you have a smartwatch, you can do contactless payments through that. And for the people in the EU, you can also use something like Curve Pay. Or to be more detailed, in the European economic area.
Yeah, I've heard people having good luck with Garmin smartwatches, I think is what it was.
Yeah, that works. So, yeah, for sure.
Oh, here's a question I'm actually curious about too. Does GrapheneOS have any opinions on services like Cape that offer IMSI rotation? Is that kind of a gimmick, or is it something that's actually useful in terms of privacy?
I don't believe we have talked about that specifically. And I'm afraid I don't really have much of an opinion about that myself. So I can't really answer that. I can tell you that Cape definitely is gaining a lot of popularity in the privacy space, or at least it does in my kind of field of view. But we're not partnered with them. They do send us what is it? I believe like the first. I think if you are like a new user, I think like the first month of payment goes to us, if I'm not mistaken, something along those lines. But yeah, they do like donate to us. But yeah, it's not really a partnership in that regard. Our only partnership is with Motorola, but with Motorola, there is no money changing hands. So yeah.
On the topic of Motorola, I've kind of seen some theories on the benefits that they get. Having an offering of a secure device they could offer to enterprises. Is there anything else that's kind of hasn't been really talked about in terms of what benefit they get having a partnership like this?
I mean, GrapheneOS is widely recognized as the pinnacle of mobile privacy and security. And I would say that having that name in your portfolio in a way is a pretty big win on its own, and is something you can definitely market with, like your products, or like Motorola's products, whatever they have cooking in the background. Let's see. Where is the stream? Yep, it's happening right here. Dun, dun, dun. On the topic of usability issue, default apps, especially Gallery, yeah. I don't know if you heard it before, but Gallery is in the process of being replaced, and there's some good work done on that front, as I said, but it's not done yet. But yeah, progress is being made. Like my personal opinion is that yeah, default apps pretty crucial to rework. For sure. It just it does a lot for like the initial impression as well, right? Maybe makes it a bit more welcoming in a way.
Oh, speaking of first impression, had a question from earlier. It's two-part. So why are there no images on the website? The person said they think it would help when someone's trying to decide if they want to use GrapheneOS or not. And why the pure black theme for everything?
Yeah, good question. I don't necessarily disagree, but some questions could be nice. That would kind of be part of a bigger website refresh that we might do in the future. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of things you could do. For sure. Yeah. Maybe compartmentalize some of the the wall of text. Because I mean, my personal opinion is that maybe that is sometimes a little bit makes people maybe a little scared. I also think that some people think that there's this massive, you know, document full of like documentation and the feature page and everything, but in reality, you don't actually need to read the whole thing or much of anything, because in practice, most of the like user-facing features are somewhat self-explanatory, and if they're not, you can always consult the docs, the documentation later on, or ask in our chat. All right, let's see. It's comment here, gallery was already unacceptable in an Android KitKat. What even is that user experience? Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, here's one. Will we ever be able to get an in-depth interview with the GrapheneOS founder?
So Daniel McKay. Never say never, I would say. But it's not like I can confirm or deny anything.
Yeah, kind of tough to answer that on someone else's behalf.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Do you have any insight to the process of getting in partnership with Motorola? Like, was it a quick thing? Was it multi-year? Was it?
Yeah, that's definitely something I can say to that. It's pretty funny because when we did this announcement that we're working with a top 10 Android OEM, right? It was so funny to see the like conspiracy theories and the investigations done by people. But the thing is, in reality, if you were paying really close attention to, I believe it was the Discord chat, we had a Motorola employee. Yeah, so saying it here, Moto devs just kind of showed up in the dev chat one day. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. They just showed up on the Discord and we're like, hey, let's see if we can like work together. Essentially, it was just like a couple of messages, and I think it didn't really get widespread attention. But people who like saw those chats, they pretty much already knew it was Motorola. So that was pretty funny. Do you think GrapheneOS would ever be willing to provide new notification sounds, ringtones, background images, etc.? I believe that the ringtones and whatnot are just the ones that come default with AOSP, right? I mean, maybe perhaps we could include the ones that come with stock, for example. We just heard at the start of the stream that the onion is rocking the default notification sound. I do, yeah. I honestly, I kind of like it.
It's nostalgic.
Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of been rocking it since the very beginning, since I started using GrapheneOS in, what was it, May 2023? Oh, somebody says, I've seen a Qualcomm employee here before. Missed the Motorola one. Yep. The Qualcomm employee, yeah, but that could also be. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, right? If you just pay close attention. In a way, this Discord is a bit of a spoiler sometimes. But yeah, we got like widespread support for the Motorola partnership in general. There was some controversy. Maybe it's worthwhile to point it out, that there are essentially, I mean, you see there is Motorola Mobility, and then there's Motorola Solutions, and they share the name Motorola, but they are very distinct companies that are doing their own thing. And we are partnered with Motorola Mobility, the smartphone maker. Any questions on your end, Josh?
Yeah, actually, this one's from me, or I guess you guys could just make a statement on it. So a lot of people like to use the term ROM and OS interchangeably, even though they're not. Could you kind of give a quick summary on that, just why GrapheneOS is not a ROM and why it's an OS?
Yes, so the term ROM stands for read-only memory. And so that kind of already implies that GrapheneOS is not a ROM. And it's also implied because GrapheneOS has the two letters OS, which stand for operating system. And so yeah, I mean, it is a full-fledged operating system, just like Linux OS is a full-fledged operating system. And the reason we don't really like people calling GrapheneOS a ROM is that, okay, A, it's just straight up wrong, but B, it kind of gives off the impression that it's some kind of like hobby project, right? And we don't really want that impression, because it's not, right? It's a production-ready system, and people should view it as such.
Yeah, I think it's a good distinction to make because it does come up every so often, but we're far from the ROM days on Android OS.
So to kind of circle back to the Motorola question, when I mentioned that they were kind of showed up in the Discord, I believe I didn't actually answer that question fully. Kind of getting mixed up here a little bit, because we're juggling multiple chats. I just want to mention, yeah, so they reached out to us, which was pretty cool, and yeah, as I said, there is no money changing hands. The mutual benefit is that we get the like support from Motorola, which includes the developers, the engineers, which is super helpful. And well, they also get our expertise, of course, and in a way the GrapheneOS brand, in a sense that they can then advertise how they're the ones that brought GrapheneOS to a non-pixel, because that is something I'm sure a lot of people have thought about, like why did we why sorry, had to clear my throat there. Why do we have not released a GrapheneOS phone until now, right? Like why so late, right? Like why only with Motorola? And the truth is, like, a lot of OEMs have reached out to us in the past, and a lot of these OEMs were also very motivated to work with us, and that's great because in my opinion, motivation is like half a deal, right? You need to want to to work with us to actually realize this. The problem is just when you are a small OEM, you don't necessarily have the manpower, um, and everything else that kind of goes into a project like this. Okay, like of course we could have already released some average phone with, for example, a MediaTek chip, like just kind of average hardware with at best average security, but that's not what we're doing here, right? If we're going to release a phone, or if we'll help to release a phone that should carry the GrapheneOS branding at the end of the day, it needs to meet our requirements. Because GrapheneOS is also a brand, right? People hear GrapheneOS, they trust GrapheneOS, they know if they use GrapheneOS, they get the best of the best. Some people's lives depend on GrapheneOS. So we will only release something that we are absolutely certain of ourselves, that we believe in. That's just something I wanted to mention.
Has GrapheneOS received any user data requests from any law enforcement agencies in any country, like IP address logs of users who downloaded the OS from the site?
I don't believe so. My first hunch says no. But there is also simply no data to share. Like, for example, kind of a little off topic, but people always hate on like privacy companies, like for example, Proton, like Proton Mail, etc. People would hate on them for complying with like a valid warrant of having to give out user data. And like if you want your service and company to continue existing, you kind of have to comply with the law. But at the same time, if you just don't collect this information in the first place, there is nothing to share, and that's just how all our services work. There's no telemetry, there's no real identifiers, there is nothing of that kind. Yeah, like there's no real risk of getting that kind of warrant. But yeah, I'm not aware of any such requests.
Since you guys don't keep logs, has it been difficult to prevent abuse at all? If you get DDoSed and you don't keep many logs, you really can't filter or block the traffic. So it's kind of the idea, like just have enough hardware to take it, sort of thing.
Yeah, not really in terms of like DDoS. I mean, DDoSing, yeah, does affect us as well, of course. But recently we've had to deal with just a little of spam. Also no forum. I mean, we discussed with Josh. There's a lot of spam on the forum, and that is problematic because we don't really collect any info. And there's no captcha system, right? Because that's not exactly privacy respecting most of the time, and I don't think many people would exactly appreciate that. So yeah, that is kind of a problem sometimes, yeah. But we do end up coming up with solutions at the end of the day to handle that sort of trouble coming our way. Circling back to the topic about ROMs and why GrapheneOS is an operating system as well. Got a comment that we also work on we do indeed also like work on the kernel, right? We do kernel adjustments as well. So it is indeed a production ready system, but isn't just like surface level kind of changes. That is why it should also be regarded that way.
Yeah, and back to Motorola, since that's still a popular topic.
Yeah, understandable.
Is it confirmed that GrapheneOS will come pre-installed, or will it be similar to a Pixel where the user has to handle it themselves?
Mm-hmm. That is not confirmed yet. Fortunately, I cannot give you a more precise answer. It is definitely something that a lot of people will want, and I mean, we want it too. but yeah, nothing really confirmed yet. But hey, if we have something to share, we will let you know.
Are there any other open source apps or projects that GrapheneOS endorses formally or informally, or that you personally like?
Mm-hmm. Another great question. We, like, in general, don't endorse many things at all, because we also think that people should just kind of do their own research and decide based on that research. Um, I mean, we do often talk about different kinds of services and kind of give our opinion on a technical level, but we barely endorse anything. Honestly, the only thing that comes to mind is the Accrescent App Store that you can actually find in the GrapheneOS App Store on your phone if you so for everyone running GrapheneOS already. Um, yeah, it's one of those few things that are in the App Store because it also has a security benefit. There's just a nice chain of trust already established, because you see, if you install GrapheneOS, you verify that your install of GrapheneOS is genuine, then so is our App Store, which means that the Accrescent installer is also genuine. And then, Accrescent itself also does a bunch of verifications. And so, it goes from GrapheneOS installed verified. That means Accrescent is verified. That means the apps that you get from Accrescent are also verified. So that is nice. But yeah, Accrescent is definitely one of those projects that I would say we do endorse. Yeah. So it's mentioned Signal and Molly. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we need to endorse that too much, just because it's pretty known in the privacy community, like Signal and like its fork Molly, pretty much the staple.
Speaking of verifying, like with what comes pre-installed, I have a tough
Yeah.
time explaining this to people, but could you maybe give some insight as to the benefits of the Auditor app and maybe how that works at a high level and why it's beneficial to use?
Yeah. So the Auditor app kind of uses hardware-based features to cryptographically verify the integrity of your OS, and you can do so over a period of time as well. You set it to, like, I don't know, any number, like every week it's gonna do a routine check through the remote service, for example, and it's gonna like print you the data that it gets from that. It's gonna tell you, hey, your phone is in this patch level, your bootloader is locked. Uh, Essentially, that everything's gonna be fine, and yeah, it's very good. Doesn't cost you anything, so just leave it running.
Is it just
Set up remote attestation.
is it like a hash of what the OS is currently at, or what's going on, or is it more than that, or like what specifically maybe is it verifying and how?
Yes, it does also like verify the verified boot keys and whatnot. So
Oh, this might be a good clarification on the Accrescent question. So if you endorse Accrescent, is that a secondary endorsement of the apps inside of Accrescent?
no, because like the GrapheneOS team doesn't really decide what apps get into the Accrescent store. I mean, the main developer of the Accrescent store is also a bot, like in the team. So they're no stranger, but they likewise don't really. I mean, they do of course decide what apps go on their store, also because it's currently in alpha state, right? And so there's not too many apps on there. But the point is that the store could also somebody could also like upload a proprietary app on it, and it would also be welcome at some point in the future. So no, we don't exactly endorse any of the apps inside.
And along those same lines, someone also mentioned that inside the GrapheneOS App Store, if you go to the messaging app, it used to say that to use a secure message app such as Molly, Signal, and SimpleX, but it seems like, I guess that was removed. I never realized it before. Has the recommendation on SimpleX changed at all?
Hold up. So on the SMS app, right?
Yeah, inside there, the description.
Oh, the description. I believe that just has to do with hold up, let me think about that for a second. Trying to recall what happened there. Okay, luckily I have some of my colleagues kind of helping me out here and there. So shout out to those. I believe it was removed just because like Signal and an extension Molly are just kind of easier to use, kind of more mainstream. Um, they're just easier to use than Simple X. So I believe that's kind of where it comes from. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, you're right. That was mentioned in the past. Also, hello, shout out to Accrescent, one of the fellow mods.
I got another one here, unless you want to throw in a question. This one I've seen come up in the forum time and time again, so I don't know what the answer is going to be, but what devices are used for building apps and OS releases? For security, what is recommended? Because it has to be a desktop PC.
Terribly sorry. Can you repeat that question again? I admit I kind of zoned out there for a bit on that first part.
Oh, no, good.
Please repeat.
Yeah, I'll reword it too. So the question basically is what OS is being used to build GrapheneOS and what desktop OS is recommended?
Great question. A question that's very difficult to answer because we don't really give too many recommendations on that in that regard. Because I mean, we do talk about which one is technically better. As for our own like infrastructure, I believe with pretty certainty that it is Arch Linux. So there's that. But as for what desktop OS we recommend, I mean, the truth is they're all really far behind, like Android or iOS. So there isn't like the perfect recommendation to make. I guess there's just a recommendation to make that is a little less bad. But yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on these things, but I believe that on the Linux side of things, Arch Linux is one of the better options, just because of how fast updates come out, right? And they don't do any kinds of weird like configuration messing around with that. They just release the updates, everything's good. The full upstream, and yeah. So I guess on the desktop Linux side of things, Arch is most likely one of the better options. But that doesn't mean that desktop Linux is a good option as a whole, right?
Someone asked what OS do you use personally?
Yeah, that actually contains what I just wanted to say. That doesn't mean. I mean, it's a bit of a philosophical matter, because it doesn't mean, okay, desktop Linux isn't as good. And it's just using an Android phone, but not everyone can move all their computing needs to a phone, right? Even with desktop mode coming to Android and Pixels, right? Like that's kind of out there, and it's continuously improved. It's not necessarily a full-on replacement. As for my own needs, I do also use Arch, and I also use Windows for some use cases. Yeah, I mean, ideally you use your GrapheneOS phone. That is the ideal. The problem with desktop operating systems is, they have a large history to them. They're pretty old, by all accounts. So they just come with a lot of kind of legacy craft, a lot of kind of bad design choices that on the like mobile end of things were luckily mostly like avoided, because mobile phones kind of just came later. So that is really the prime reason why desktop operating systems are pretty far behind,
I had this
unfortunately.
dream one day that I just come home and I plug in my GrapheneOS device to a monitor and like a docking station, and
Yeah,
I use that for the desktop. I take it with me
yeah.
when I go, but
I
hopefully
mean,
someday.
you can do that, right? Like, you can do that for DisplayPort, I believe. I think no, HDMI should also work, but the point is, yeah, like display support is like officially, it's fully there. The support is fully available for the Pixel 8 and later. So unfortunately, if anyone listening right now has a Pixel 7 or older, I'm afraid you're out of luck in that regard. But it is what it is. The hardware support is only on the newer Pixels. Not much you can do there. But yeah, I mean, desktop mode is a thing for Android, and it's really usable. I've not tried it myself, but it's supposed to be usable. So there's one question here: why not secureblue for the GrapheneOS team? Good question. I mean, this is just my uneducated assumption, but I think a lot of it also has to do with like the fact that the infrastructure is kind of already set up, and it's working well. Because of course we also apply our own hardening. I would assume that the answer is don't change your running system. There you go.
Kind of on that topic of desktop, how are the keys secured for builds? And are the machines air gapped at all?
The machines are air gapped, yes. Cannot really tell you much more beyond that, because I suppose sharing the exact configuration is a security risk on its own. But you can bet that these machines are highly secured. So, which they should be, if they contain the keys, or if they're used to sign the bills, for sure. Very, very important. Would any features found in Motorola OS be shared to GrapheneOS should they want it? Or sharing code to fix an issue like the old prominent Bluetooth pairing to a car issue? Potentially, yeah. I mean, there is just a lot of kind of teamwork. So if the topic kind of comes up, I'm sure they can help us, and we can help them. As I said, I mean, Motorola is a very, very strong partner for sure. All right, I think that's about it on my end, Josh. I don't know if you have anything new on your end on the stream chat.
A couple here. Do you guys have any policies in place, like incident response sort of things? Like, what if signing keys get leaked? Is there like a plan of action to do, or is it more, if that happens, we'll handle it then?
There probably is some internal plan, but I'm sure the plan A is that this never happens and everything is done to stop that from ever happening. But yeah, I can't really give you the details on that because naturally I don't deal with the sign keys.
Let's see. Oh, someone asked me why I have the name Side of Burritos.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to ask you this. I was curious. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, I do like burritos. I think they're superior to tacos. And when I was looking to begin, a couple criterias I had for naming were nothing that gated me into a specific topic. Because funny enough, the actual first videos I had or ideas for this channel were personal finance videos. They're all hidden at this point, so you can't see them anymore. And I also really wanted a .com, and that's pretty tough to find at this point. So Side of Burritos, it kind of landed on that, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean it's catchy, right? Why have a generic sounding name if you can be called Side of Burritos or Spring Onion?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you understand.
Yeah, exactly. People would remember because it's just extraordinary. Two questions here that are related. What are the responsibilities of a community manager, and do I love my job as the community manager? Responsibilities can range to a lot of things, really. I mean, in practice, it boils down to talking to people, really. Like that's the most I guess like primitive action there is if you boil it down. Talking to different people, communicating with different people, making sure that people understand what you're saying. So says, I shall be using spring onions in my burritos next time I have them to celebrate this live stream. That's a great idea. Yeah, man. I mean, I believe you can put spring onions on anything. So pretty much. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just talking to people, and maybe this is a great time to talk about another topic that I have seen somebody drop in the chat here. I don't remember the exact question, but they asked how to best phrase this. They kind of asked how will we handle like social media backlash. I believe it was in that kind of spirit. Maybe it's something along the lines of, or how do we look to kind of improve on that front. And I have a lot of things to say about that. So maybe stock up on your popcorn. So I mean, from my perspective, it's like, there are some people out there that will, they want you to believe that this is like a massive problem, and that like we hate everyone and we hate every project and all kinds of other claims like that. And I mean, what should I say? I mean, it's just not true. I mean, yes, I'm of course biased. Um, However, the kind of inherent nature of the internet and social media is that people kind of they're quick to believe what they read, like first. Um, Not many people actually go through the effort to like investigate what they read. Um, and in a way, like negative news or like negative press also achieves a lot of engagement, which kind of worsens the quote unquote problem. But what a lot of people, or like what these people, right? I guess that are maybe um, I don't want to use the word hostile, but maybe the kind of people that are not maybe not the most friendly to us. What they like to kind of exclude and not mention is that there are plenty of people we don't hate and we don't have problems with. Um, I mean, like for example, on the side of like content creators, we have you, Josh. We have I don't know, Naomi. Shoot, what was her last name? Was it
Oh, Brockwell.
Brockwell? Yeah, or that. Yeah, I keep mixing up. We have we have you. We have Naomi. We have David Bombay. Where that interview with Metroplex is at. Definitely watch that if you're interested. We have the hated one who also made an interview with Gabe, aka Floodworld, one of the devs. Various Linus Tech Tapes. So we are in a very good quote unquote relationship with all of these content creators, for example. Um, and also what a lot of people or like what kind of most people don't see, because it happens mostly behind closed doors, is when people reach out to us. Okay, maybe they got banned. That can be for many reasons. They reach out to us, and the truth is, oh wait, someone says in terms of content creators, PewDiePie as well. Yep, that is also technically true. He also made content, like GrapheneOS related content. The point is, what many people don't see is that people pretty often they reach out to us and they say, "Hey, I've been banned," or "Hey, whatever happened in the past, let's talk it out." And that also happens from our side. We do also reach out to people from our side, as I said. That is something that is kind of hidden from the public, but it does happen, and people who may have, for example, spammed the chat rooms for a long time or trolled in other ways. These people, some of them are in fact in like the Discord chat, for example, and being very like they're productive members of the community. Or well, you don't need to be productive, but they're welcome in the chat rooms. Um, so so there's that. Um, the point I'm really trying to kind of get across is that there is always two sides to a coin. And the problem with the internet is that people often only see one side of a coin and not both of them, right? And that leads to issues sometimes. So, that doesn't mean that we are like infallible and that we never make mistakes ourselves. That's not true. Um, but the point is that we are definitely a lot more approachable than some people will want you to believe. So there you go. I think that pretty much summarizes what I want to mention.
I do want to add too Um, it's tough being online. My community is much smaller than obviously GrapheneOS, but it's a lot of work. It might sound simple, like, just reply here, reply there, but when you have, thousands of people, something goes viral, it can be very difficult to kind of not control the message, but get a uniform message out there that sounds good, especially when you're trying to combat something that is misinformation. The way I look at it too is there's some people out there who like to use the strategy of two truths and a lie. So they'll say something of, Google spies on you, this happens. Now let me throw in my thing that I'm not going to prove, but since you believe the first two truths, now those sound better. And to disprove that, it just takes so much more work, and they don't want to justify it usually. There's just a lot that goes into it.
That is an amazing point. It is it is unfortunately significantly easier to spread a lie than it is to refute that lie often, right? Especially when it gets messy and it's difficult for people to kind of collect all the information. That is, it gets very messy for sure.
Yeah, especially when you're looking to hear something that you want to hear, like, okay, Google is listening to me through my phone. Oh, great, I wanted to hear that. I don't care what information about it, against it comes out. Not saying one way or another, but it's just a lot that goes into it. So I think you guys do a really good job at moderating that for what it is. And the community is very picky on a lot of stuff. And so it could be tough.
I mean, there's a lot you could say to that. I don't really want to blame the people, like, only. The point is, like, you know what? Let's take Linus Tech Tips as an example. Probably a little surprising because his video is pretty good. The point is, what happened when the video was released? The video is great. Okay, it's very good. It has one or two mistakes, but it's still a very, very good video. The problem is when it was released, it had a maybe more questionable title and thumbnail. It was essentially clickbait. Okay, it kind of portrayed GrapheneOS as something for criminals. It was just a joke. Okay, it was more clickbait. It wasn't really meant serious. The problem is when I saw that, and then I checked out Reddit, and people were complaining about Linus Tech Tips doing this thumbnail and this title, and then I look on the ATT subreddit, and I see the same thing, but like kind of vice versa, where the ATT folks are kind of complaining about the graphene community, and how we don't understand a joke, right? And suddenly we had these two camps of people that were both kind of right and wrong at the same time. And so what I did then is I drafted a post, okay, on the ATT subreddit, and I kind of just tried to bridge the gap between these two communities. Funny enough, the post is still up. That post, it took me, what was it? I think, I think I spent 4 hours on that post, just drafting it and selecting the right words. It worked great. It got tons of upvotes, over 1K upvotes, which is honestly a lot. I would argue. People pretty much agreed across the board, and I like to believe that kind of helped to bridge the gap between these two communities. I think if you just talk to people, most of the time that helps a lot. I mean, point is also people often kind of run around with half-baked knowledge, superficial knowledge, and but that just happens because not everyone can be an expert at everything, right? And that's okay. The problem is just when you inadvertently spread that half-baked knowledge, it can become very difficult to rectify that, to fix those kind of misunderstandings, because many times the people involved, or like it becomes a very kind of emotional topic, and it's very very difficult to navigate at times. So yeah, maybe that's going to help to give perspective on that.
I think you guys had a good point about when it comes to like misinformation being spread, on why you don't block AI bots to the forum. Because at first I was thinking, yeah, block them. Why let them have the information? But if they get it directly from you, at least they can hopefully provide more accurate answers if someone does go that route for information.
Yeah, exactly. Like AI is just whatever is on the internet, right? So it makes sense to try to feed the AI
Yeah.
the more accurate information. So, but also on that note, I think it's also worth adding that like we are looking into ways to do better in the sense of like informing people in a in just a better way. For example, moving to maybe kind of longer-winded blog posts where you can explain everything piece by piece, kind of give like a timeline of things, and yeah, try to figure out things that way. So if there's a question here, will GrapheneOS support Motorola tablets in the future? I mean, the plan is to continue supporting future Motorola devices. I don't know if they have a tablet planned, but if they do, and they meet our requirements, why not? Yeah, I mean, we also support the Pixel tablet, right?
What programming language is GrapheneOS trying to avoid, and why specifically C++? Is a question I got.
Are we specifically avoiding C++? I am not sure. That is a question I cannot answer, I'm afraid. I'm not aware of any like specific language that we outright avoid at all costs. As far as I understand, some languages are just better at certain things. Oh, wait a second. Oh yeah, that is a good point. As I said, sometimes I get some DMs here and there that kind of help me out. It's memory safety, which makes sense. Like memory corruption bugs are like a great source of like overall vulnerabilities in general as a whole. That is why we have hardened memory allocator. That is why we love memory tagging. And that is also why we like Rust, because Rust is doing a lot better in that regard to reduce or not introduce memory bugs in the first place.
Yeah, it can help just eliminate it altogether at that point then.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to patchwork another language that...
Because it's like super easy to kind of make these kind of like memory corruption bugs like mistakes in a way when like programming in like C or C++. Whereas it's as far as my understanding goes, it's the Rust, for example, is a lot safer, or like Java or Kotlin, how it's considered memory safe as far as I'm aware, or at least they do much better job. So
Here's one. Are you paid for this job, or is it purely a voluntary thing?
I would say, I mean, first I'm kind of talking like in general. I would say that most people start as volunteers, at least the non-devs. But even I think even like a lot of the devs probably started like volunteering first, and then it became apparent that they have a necessary skill set and the time to actually go full time. But yes, I do get paid. Yes. But yeah, I mean, initially I was a volunteer for a long time. So.
And then kind of speaking to contributing, what would you recommend someone learns in order to contribute to GrapheneOS or to contribute to the Android ecosystem if they are a complete beginner? Like, do you have any places on where they could start or suggestions?
In terms of like how to like get the basics down in terms of like just general programming knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's what they're asking about. Kind of just in general for Android specifically, like how to get involved in or get started with app development or just like the base OS.
Yeah, honestly, that is also one of those questions I don't think I can answer. I'm afraid. I think it's best if you, bring up that question in like the dev chat, perhaps. Maybe someone watching right now has a better understanding. Someone says it's commendable that you're comfortable saying I don't know instead of attempting to dodge the question or make up an answer. That's a big sign of trust, in my opinion. No, thank you. Yeah, I mean, like, not everyone has to be the best at everything. So that's all right. I'm being told that Google themselves have Android development videos on their site. So maybe search for those. That they probably they're probably gonna give you a rough idea on how you can get going.
Yeah, I think developer.android.com has some really good stuff to kind of get you started.
Yeah, it's most likely that.
Some good reading too on there.
And something maybe another topic. I really like the mix today because sometimes I'm talking, sometimes you're talking. Sometimes we like take questions from the community. Sometimes I just talk on my own, and I think this is one of those scenarios because also this is something I wanted to kind of talk about, like how you can contribute to the project, like in general. Okay, like of course, the first thing that comes to mind is development work. Yeah, totally makes sense. Absolutely correct. I mean, GrapheneOS a software project, right? Well, for now. So totally makes sense that development and programming comes to mind first, but there's many other ways you can contribute. Okay, yeah. The second thing that comes to mind is donating money. Yeah, also very helpful for sure, no doubt. But you can do a lot of things even without money or without development skills. You can answer questions in the community, right? Like there are always people looking for help with like installing the OS, for example. I don't know how many people I helped with that, probably like hundreds at this point. Yeah, just like answering questions. You can, for example, also help with our little banking project that you can find on the PrivSec website, or alternatively, just search for GrapheneOS banking list with the search engine of your choosing. You can file a report there or update a report or just let us know that hey, this app is working totally fine, because that's also very useful. And another where you can really contribute and really help, and this is my favorite part, because this way to contribute does not require any like special like knowledge or skills or anything really. It's to just voice your support for the project, like online on the internet. Whenever you see it mentioned, just voice the support for it. Like that alone is very, very helpful. So if you can do just that's already just brilliant, honestly. And it's very low barrier of entry in that regard. So if you can do just that, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
helps a ton because,
Yep.
someone might see something bad about the project. Once you start digging into it, then you see all these messages and positives about it. I think that makes a really big difference when people are just beginning to start with it. So it definitely helps.
Yeah, it kind of also just circles back to how the internet works for most of the
Yeah.
time. People always go online to like when something doesn't work, they go online to complain about it, right? But people rarely go online and say, "Oh, today, July 20th, this app or this service or whatever has worked perfectly fine, lovely," and then moves on with the day. That doesn't happen. People go on the internet to complain, right? Which makes sense. Why would you say anything if everything works? But that can also kind of distort the view in a way, because like in general, right? Like you can maybe be interested in like a certain service, a certain app, and then I don't know, you go to like their subreddit and you see people complain all the time, but what you don't see is the amount of people that don't complain because everything is working fine. So, and also because of the inherent um, nature of the project and the fact that it of course caters to people that are interested in their privacy. Um, that means that a lot of people, a lot of these like GrapheneOS fans are not necessarily very active on social media, right? Or like the I guess the more common social media. I know that there will be a big slice of users like on the Fediverse, for example. Um, but the Fediverse, I'm afraid, is not social media I would call like the most common one. Okay, like most common would be like something like Twitter. Um, so that's the thing. So if you happen to be active on social media, then your support is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, it's a
For
tough
sure.
industry to be in because the goal is to be private, so you're not going to talk about it. Or in general,
Yeah,
you're not going
pretty
to.
much. Yeah, but people should talk about it. People should talk about GrapheneOS. They should normalize also running GrapheneOS. Um, I see that every now and then in our chats, how people, for one reason or another, want to like, for example, hide the like when you start your phone, you get like the Google logo, and then it switches to the GrapheneOS logo. Okay? And people ask, like, how can I hide the GrapheneOS logo for many reasons. Um, most of the time, they think that this is some kind of security feature to make someone or to make it harder for someone to identify that your Pix is running GrapheneOS, even though that doesn't work because like verified boot will kick in. It always kicks in, right? Like when you start your phone, it tells you, "Hey, this phone is running a different operating system," and then it displays this hash and this verified boot key, and you just compare it to the one on our website, and then there you go. That's how you know GrapheneOS is running on it. So hiding the logo doesn't actually achieve anything, like nothing, which is why this is not a feature because it doesn't do anything, like genuinely.
There's a lot of talk of or things I see proposed like security through obscurity, which in my opinion isn't really security at that point. Yeah, it can help a little bit, but
I
some of that
guess.
stuff is more for show.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there is just like a lot of security theater like out there.
Yeah.
Let's take banking apps for example. Okay, so we've been like the past few updates to GrapheneOS have been focused on like re-implementing our secure app spawning. Okay, it's a very important security feature. Um, so before it used to be like global. So if you disable it, it's disabled for every single app, which is not great for security. Point is we rework it to be app specific, like all the other security features. Um, so you can kind of just disable it one by one. That's great because that allows for greater app compatibility, for example, with banking apps. um, Most people will know that I mean, yeah, majority of banking apps do work on GrapheneOS. Some don't, um, in part because of play integrity. However, there's also some apps that rely on some some really stupid like anti-tampering libraries. Okay, and these libraries do all sorts of weird checks and weird like they have all sorts of weird detections in place, and they're terrible. Banking apps love to kind of pat themselves on their shoulder and talk about how great their security is. Okay, but then you have these apps that have these anti-tampering libraries, as I mentioned, and they're just horrible. Like they don't actually do anything; they just make it harder to debug for us. um, so that is something we've been working on lately. We've just been trying to reverse engineer these libraries and try to figure out what the heck are you guys doing, what are you doing, and trying to work around these issues. um, so yeah, that is a big problem in a way, where apps just have weird libraries included, weird SDKs that in the name of security, but in reality, okay, they don't improve security, they just decrease security. um,
I think part of the issue too is I used to work for a company that some of our customers were banks and we kind of protected their websites and services. And I know for a fact all of them talk with each other. So I'm sure one is like, hey, I found this cool library, put it in your app. The other security
yep,
team does it. Now they all do it. And it's just down a
yep,
really
that
bad
does
route.
happen. That does happen. Yep, unfortunately, it does happen. But I mean, hey, luckily, it can also go the other way around.
Yeah.
We have a guide for like app devs to implement like the hardware attestation API, or like to whitelist GrapheneOS through this hardware attestation API. And this is, in simple terms, essentially an like a much better alternative to plain integrity. Okay, like if you want to verify the OS, just use the hardware, uh, the hardware attestation API, because that is neutral and that actually gives you useful information. Um, and hey, we have had apps actually implement this hardware attestation API. To mind come the Swiss banking apps were called Yo and Swissquote that both implement hardware attestation API. So that's great. There is another app. Um, it's some kind of like government app, or something along those lines, or some kind of like identity verification app also in Switzerland, that has kind of announced, hey, we're going to look into GrapheneOS support, which is great. Or like another kind of example is like the Twitter app, like the X app, that in the past, that it wouldn't let you log in unless you had a passkey. I believe that should be fixed now. Maybe somebody can confirm that. I believe that should be fixed because I saw like a Twitter engineer post about it they said, hey, we're going to look into GrapheneOS support. And then somebody mentioned, hey, yes, this works. So it would be nice if somebody could confirm, but if it doesn't work yet, I'm sure that is in the pipeline.
Yeah, hopefully those kind of recommendations can spread, because it'd be nice instead of everyone doing their own thing and then blocking it from being able to be used and things like that.
Yep. It's and another really funny example, okay, is Roblox. Okay, somebody found out that if you go to the like FAQ page of Roblox, there is like an entire section. Hey, what about custom operating systems? Does like the Roblox Android app support those? And there's this section that we investigate on a case by case basis, and GrapheneOS is actually listed there, and they actually support GrapheneOS. Yeah, there's a full like technical rundown and everything, which I didn't really expect, but that's lovely, right? So
I feel like that's the last app I would expect. Like, oh yeah, Roblox.
yeah, it's funny, but hey, I mean, the more apps, the merrier, right?
Yeah.
Here's an interesting comment. GrapheneOS always operates under the assumption that an attacker has encyclopedic knowledge of GrapheneOS at all times. GrapheneOS is open source, publicly accessible, and transparent, so that's not a far-fetched idea. I'm not entirely sure what the far-fetched idea refers to anymore, but yes, that is true. That is indeed very much true.
I guess speaking of open source, have you guys gotten a lot of reports since kind of the bigger AI models started releasing their security scanning? Like, hey, I found a vulnerability, like whether it's accurate or not. Or have you guys personally scanned the source code for vulnerabilities using Anthropic or OpenAI?
As for the first part of the question, I know of at least one kind of report. I believe it wasn't necessarily a report about security, but I believe it was a feature patch that was just entirely vibe coded, and that just wastes our time, right? I would assume that for sure we have gotten reports about apparent security vulnerabilities, and then it just ended up being slop. As for the second part, yeah, I'm sure some of the devs have done that, at least in parts. Hey, it's worthwhile to just keep up with the times, I guess, and see what it outputs. And hey, maybe some kind of LLM or AI, whatever you want to call it, does output something useful, and you can work on that. But
Oh, here's a good question I got too. What
Google
is the project?
definitely doing that.
Yeah.
Sorry about
What
that.
is
No?
the
Go ahead.
project's stance on anonymity? Is it a goal, or is it only privacy and security the goal?
The main goal is privacy and security for sure. Like I mean, some like usability patches and features, sure, why not, right? Put them in the mix. But it circles back to what I said earlier on in the stream, when I mentioned how anytime you add any kind of feature, you need to see, okay, how do we maintain this going forward? And that is just a very delicate balance you need to keep in mind, right? Like, someone from a community could write a patch for any kind of feature. Actually, let's take as an example a patch to like hide the white pill, right? That tells you that you're using gesture navigation. I'm sure. I mean, I would also like to hide it, admittedly, but somebody could write a patch for it, and that's all nice and fair. But you still need to make sure that it continues working in the future. So that's pretty much always what it boils down to. But yeah, I mean, security and privacy definitely the cornerstones of what GrapheneOS is about.
And I think too, when it comes to anonymity, you know, it's a great goal, but I think a lot of people who say they want to be anonymous underestimate the amount of effort it actually takes and constant
Oh yeah.
effort to make sure you are anonymous. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but to function in daily life, I think it is impossible. Like if you plan to have a job or live somewhere, you know, it's also expensive to be anonymous if you want to get a house through an
Yeah.
LLC or
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, for sure. That yeah, I mean, it's not something I've ever personally attempted, because I mean, my personal threat model doesn't really require it. But that's actually a good topic as well. Like, on like the topic of maybe also privacy fatigue, where people overdo their setup. Um, Let that be on GrapheneOS or just like in general, they go through like all these lengths to do this and that and improve their privacy just a little bit, like negligible amounts. But like at what cost, right? Like what is the price they pay? And at some point you need to ask yourself, is this worth it? In the context of GrapheneOS, I'm glad that we can talk about this. I feel like profiles, right? That is something that people discuss all the time in our chat rooms, on Reddit, on our forum. There's like pretty much a thread about like someone's like setup. Like every day there's a new thread, and I don't know. I'm getting the impression that a lot of people overcomplicate their setup. Right? They have like a million profiles. Okay, and they're just like compartmentalizing like 10 different apps, but then they don't necessarily like have the full picture or necessarily understand what benefits this brings. And so I feel like they're kind of just making it harder for themselves, when I feel like, especially in the beginning. Okay, I feel like my recommendation in the beginning, like if you just start out on GrapheneOS and you don't really know what you want for like immediately, just run one profile, like the owner profile. So whatever you want there, and just relax with it. Don't try to overburden yourself with all these elaborate like profile setups. Okay, like profiles can be useful, but I don't know. My impression is that people maybe focus too much of them, and they make it harder on themselves
and I've
with
heard
very
from
little
quite a few
actual benefit. Yeah.
yeah. And I've heard from quite a few people who are not even using GrapheneOS. They're just for months still planning out how they're going to set it up with users and private
Oh
space.
God, yeah.
I'm like, just get started, see how it
Don't
is.
do that, man.
Yeah, don't try and be perfect.
No, yeah, like it's, and again, like to the topic of, you should, like, if you're gonna run privacy invasive services or apps, do it on GrapheneOS than anywhere else. Um, just don't do that, right? Like, just go ahead, buy your pixel already, flash GrapheneOS, just use it already. Like, it's that simple, because there is no right or wrong in that sense. Like, for us, um, like the team, you can be someone who does not rely on Google Play, for example, and that's cool. Okay, awesome. You can also be someone that does rely on Google Play, and you know what? That is also cool. Like, great. There's no real difference in a way. Um, you can definitely make the point that it's probably a good idea to try to um, or like try to not depend as much on, for example, Google Play, if you can and if you want to. Then yeah, go for it. Absolutely, it's a good idea. But if you rely on like the Google suite of apps, like, I mean, just take Linus from LTT. Like, he's just not the kind of individual that can get away with a de-Googled setup, and that's okay. That's why we have sandboxed Google Play. That's why we have all these solutions for you to use Google Play in its sandbox state, and you get like all the benefits and with very little of the disadvantages of Google Play, right? Can I just mention how brilliant the idea is to sandbox Google Play? Like, I found that idea brilliant when I first found out about it.
Yeah, the benefits you get just from, because I know people are like, oh, if you're going to install Google Play, then, you failed. But the fact it is just a normal app when you install it, it's wild how much of a privacy benefit you get just from that. Even if you use it the exact same as a stock Pixel device, it's helps a ton.
Yeah, but also my impression is, I would assume that people generally also like, instead of YouTube, maybe they use UPipe, for example, right? Like YouTube replacement, sure, cool. But maybe that sort of type of user does still rely on Google Play one way or another. So what if you install Google Play, for example, in the owner profile, but still use UPipe instead of YouTube, and instead of Google Maps, you run, I don't know, organic maps or any of the other many alternatives. Okay. And so you get still so much of like Google Play, like the benefits of Google Play, but like what do you like really lose? Okay, like you get push notifications. I mean, okay, admittedly with push notifications, you need to see how these apps handle the push notifications, but in general you get so much improvement on the privacy front without losing much. And that's just kind of a balance you need to look. You need to look at your setup and see, is this privacy benefit worth it to me in relation to how much usability do you lose, right? So someone says, I assume Q&A will resume soon. Good. Okay, maybe we should take some questions again. I don't want to feel like people this is just us rambling all the time. There's a comment here. It says, took me a long while to get GrapheneOS, and the whole time I was planning things out. I was very ignorant back then. Yeah, you just didn't know, and you were probably swayed by all the people who have like extensive setups. And like to be fair, or to be clear, it's not illegal, okay, for you to have like an extensive setup, like a complicated setup. You can do that, totally fine. You can run GrapheneOS without Google Play Store or only open source apps or like whatever you want. Like it's all okay. But like that's the point. It is okay to not always do the perfect decision when it comes to your privacy. It shouldn't be a zero or nothing approach. I see a question here. Hold on, where was it? I keep getting mixed up here a little bit between the Discord chat and Matrix. I saw a question that asked how many full-time like devs we have. I can tell you that the number keeps changing because we are like actively hiring, but seems like a lot of people. It's at least 10, but in practice it's more than that. But honestly, I cannot give you the exact number.
Oh, someone here asked, how many user profiles do you both use on GrapheneOS? For me, I use a total of 3 users, but when I set up my new device, eventually, I plan to use 2 users with a private space in the second user. So that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, I think I have like 3, maybe. I have currently 3. I don't really use the other two too much. Like for example, I have a profile, like because like I'm one of the maintainers for this banking list, right? Um, so I open this profile where I have Google Play installed, and then I'll just go ahead and download and install random banking apps from like random countries to see if they run or not. So that is one of my profiles where I just install banking app, quote unquote junk, um, for example. Like profiles could be good if, for example, you intend to run a profile that is mostly like devoid of like Google. Like for example, maybe you want your main profile to be without Google Play, but you do rely on some specific apps, like one or two that do need Google Play. It can make sense to to have a secondary profile where you run Google Play in that profile. But yeah, don't overcomplicate it. Okay, I got a question here. Is the project actively looking for other phone companies to collab with still, or is the Motorola one taking up enough resources as it is? Yes, that's pretty accurate. In that, I mean, other OEMs and other companies are of course free to reach out, and we see what we can do. But for sure, our resources are spread thin in a sense that, of course, we are heavily focused on Motorola.
Going back to profiles, so I know one reason for using separate profiles is that any app in a specific user can list the other apps in that user. Is there any plans to kind of have a toggle for that, like don't allow apps to request the list of installed apps?
Yeah, it would be nice to have. Um, I'm afraid there's many ways that an app can find out what other apps you have installed. Um, so I guess this is probably perhaps something for the IPC scopes. The IPC scopes is a very complicated feature, as I said. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have, and I'm sure that this is something that would be nice to have for sure. But it's difficult because you need to make sure that nothing leaks. Because if a feature doesn't really work, then
Kind of
right, like
pointless.
you can block, yeah, you can block 3 out of 4 pathways, but if there's a leak on the fourth, then the feature isn't very useful, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
Got another one here about Motorola. How to make sure Motorola isn't occupying or infiltrating GrapheneOS. Motorola has a Chinese mother company, and Motorola stays under the FCC.
Motorola isn't fully owned by the Chinese state, however. And Motorola isn't infiltrating GrapheneOS in any way. Like we remain separate entities, like entirely. We just kind of help each other out, and that's pretty much the extent of the partnership. It sounds rather simple. Of course, it's a bit more complicated than that. But yeah, in practice, we of course also want an alternative to the Pixel lineup, like pretty much the whole community does. Motorola can provide this alternative, and Motorola can also benefit from our expertise. And there you go, perfect matchup, essentially. Yeah.
And I guess going back to private space and users. So someone asked, how do private space differ from users, security and privacy wise?
A private space is essentially a secondary profile. Josh, help me out here. I believe there was something about clipboard sharing. Could you share the clipboard to the private space user?
Yeah, I think by
I might,
default, yeah,
yeah.
by default that's enabled. You can disable it, but that is
Okay, yeah.
one big benefit that's kind of nice.
Okay, yeah. See, so that I believe that is pretty much the only difference, like from a usability perspective. Well, I mean, from a usability perspective, yeah, it's just more convenient to access, right? So
Oh, and I guess technically you could install apps from a user to a private space. You can't install apps from a secondary user to another user. So I guess that's another usability.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, so there are these kind of smaller differences. Edit a feature to disable clipboard access or make it one way or another. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. I remember there was something about the clipboard. Yeah,
I think we touched.
it's just a more convenient
Yeah.
secondary.
I think we touched on this earlier, but another person asked, what's the recommended backup solution for a tech illiterate family member using GrapheneOS? Is Seed Vault kind of the recommended route currently?
Difficult question because Seed Vault might work great for one person, and for the next, it could not do its job fully. I'm afraid that I do also agree that backup solution we need a much more robust solution, but I would say that they should absolutely still use it, especially if they're not that tech savvy. For sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's tough too to recommend because
Yeah.
you want backups to be reliable. So if it doesn't
Yeah.
work when you really need it, then
That's not great, right?
yeah,
That's not a good backup.
yeah,
A backup is only a backup when it actually works.
exactly.
So no, but I mean, as I said, I don't want to downplay Seed Vault too much because, as I said, as far as I'm aware, it's been doing much better. So yeah.
Is there anything indicating that the Motorola partnership might bring some more features to GrapheneOS, like Google Wallet, where it might be easier to get approval at a higher level, or I guess allow listed for whatever is currently being blocked?
Well, NFC payments for like Google Pay, or is it called Google Wallet now? That is tied to the Play Integrity API, right? And like even with Motorola support, like GrapheneOS is not gonna pass through these higher verdicts of Play Integrity, because we would need to license the Google mobile services, for example, the Google Play Store. And GrapheneOS also doesn't qualify as Android, right? Like you cannot legally name GrapheneOS Android because it also isn't. It is an OS that is based on AOSP with Android app compatibility, but it is technically and legally not Android. Like for example, we would not be allowed to have the sensors and network permission.
Oh, if it was vanilla
Yeah,
Android?
if yeah, exactly. If we wanted this to be called Android, yeah, we would need to drop these features as an example, and I'm sure many more. The answer to Play Integrity is is asking like regulators from like the EU, for example, to look into the issue. And until then, need to convince app developers who do use plain integrity and inadvertently ban GrapheneOS users to whitelist GrapheneOS for the hardware attestation API. That's the best of both worlds in a sense, because the devs can continue to use plain integrity if they insist, but they can also whitelist GrapheneOS. So what happens is, app asks, hey, plain integrity, okay, it fails, are you GrapheneOS? Yes, okay, you're still allowed to pass. There are some funny occasions, also with banking apps. For example, there's like a French banking app, okay? It doesn't work because of plain integrity, okay? Except it does, like, you can make it work. And it's very simple. You go to the app info settings, and then you toggle to block the usage of plain integrity, and then the app works. And this is not the intended outcome for the app, because okay, so imagine you're at the airport, okay, and you're boarding your flight, and you go to the final check-in counter, whatever, where the employees probably scan your ticket one more time. Okay, so you go there. Let's say you are a normal Android device. Okay, you go there and you scan, or they scan your phone, and they're like, yes, this is a normal Android phone. You can pass. This is fine. Option B, you go there with a Pixel that has GrapheneOS flash on it, and you go there, and your phone is essentially like the ticket. You go there, you show the scan the code, and it says, oh no, this is not a valid ticket, and you're denied from boarding the plane. And but there's actually option C. Okay, you go to the counter, to the check-in counter, and what you do is you don't show a ticket at all. Okay, there's no ticket, and the employees are confused, and they just let you in. They let you board the ticket, the plane without the ticket. That's essentially what happens with that bank, where if you block plain integrity usage, that shouldn't make you pass through the app, but that's what's happening. So that's pretty funny how that's set up.
That's wild. Just fails open.
Yeah, that just means they just messed up the implementation, straight up. That should never happen, but it does happen. So that's of course very good for those affected users. But I'm afraid that if the devs actually fix this problem, then it will no longer work, right? So, but yeah, sometimes there are these kind of workarounds. Funny short way to put it is that the banking apps need to learn from Roblox. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, because of the FAQ entry, I read it. It says, oh, if it meets the requirements, if it gets your consistent security updates, just a whole technical paragraph, which is just so, I don't know, out of place, I suppose, for Roblox of all places. But hey, yeah, so that's funny. That is pretty wild.
Do you have any recommendations on password managers? Someone asked if they should just use Vanadium for passwords or something like Bitwarden.
I mean, I personally use Bitwarden. It's just very convenient, right? Because you can access it from any device, as long as it has an internet connection, of course. And as far as I know, there is nothing really to criticize overly. I believe it is a good option. Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of other alternatives, but I would argue that Bitwarden being your passwords being stored in the cloud is very convenient. So yeah, I would just use Bitwarden. But definitely use a password manager at the very least.
Someone
Oh,
else
here's
recently. Oh, you
yeah.
can go.
Here's a message. Is there a GrapheneOS roadmap? I mean, not really. There's like longer term plans, like Motorola, for example, or like moving away from the Linux kernel entirely. But I don't think that's the kind of roadmap that you asked for. So no, priorities can change. I touched on that briefly earlier in the stream. Priorities can change drastically. It's just the kind of environment where you need to always be ready to react to something, right? So it's not easy to juggle everything at once. But I think we're doing a pretty fine job. Okay, so what's the question someone on the stream got?
Someone asked, a dilemma they have is using a phone with friends and family, but without Palantir and other companies stealing or hacking your data and information. So me personally on this one, at least for when it comes to being more private in the physical world, I think the auto off toggles for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are almost a needed thing at this point. Those are two main things they're looking for. Airplane mode's ideal, but that's also not functional for everyone when they go out. They kind of need constant connection.
Yeah.
So definitely check those settings on your devices.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the best protection in a way is attack surface reduction, right? If there's nowhere to attack, then there's no vulnerabilities. So if you just disable like your Wi-Fi when you go out and about, that is attack surface reduction. So yeah, for sure, that is a good idea. Enable these settings. If you want, you can also enable Duress PIN password and the two-factor fingerprint authentication. I just realized we haven't even talked that much about like specific GrapheneOS features.
That'd be a good one to touch on, I think. There's a bunch.
Yeah, like which one should we talk about? I mean, honestly, for Duress PIN password, like if you're going to use a feature, look, I mean, listen, I'm guessing that most people that are watching this stream right now and the people that will be watching this when it's on YouTube, they don't exactly, I guess, have the threat model of Duress PIN / password, but it can still be useful. You could like carry like a piece of paper in like your phone case that apparently tells a thief like your PIN or password, and then they enter it, and it turns out to be Duress, and it just nukes your phone. Like that is the kind of little things you can do. But please, for the love of God, make backups if you have. I mean, make backups anyway, but like in particular if you have this feature enabled, because I have seen and I have read of way too many people who have this enabled, and then they enable this feature because I don't know, either their setup is too complicated, they have like 15 profiles with like 15 different pins, or I don't know, they get drunk or something and they accidentally input Duress PIN password, it nukes their whole phone, then they come into the chat rooms to ask for help, and we cannot help you. Nobody can help you. So please, please be careful.
Yeah, or if you have a child who likes to press in the PIN numbers, don't make it something where they can just type it in.
Maybe don't make it 1111. Yeah. Actually, worth noting, maybe some people have missed that Google has very recently updated like the like throttling from the secure element. So now, like it used to go up to like 2 weeks. It's a lot more aggressive now. I think, yeah, it starts pretty relaxed, but it actually goes up to like 9 years of wait. And the attempt after the 9 years is just a permanent, soft break. So like after I think like 20 attempts, what was it? You cannot attempt it again ever. So yeah, be careful out there.
Yeah, I don't know where the article is, but I remember seeing that recently, and it was almost extreme, the limits they put in, or very aggressive.
Yeah,
I guess,
it
to say the
was.
least.
Yeah, we have an updated table on the website, in one of our categories there. Yeah, it's like max 20 attempts, so it's a lot more aggressive now. It goes to like 1 year, then like 3 years, and then 9 years, and it's like, okay, sure, buddy. I'm gonna remember
Yeah.
my password in 9 years. I'm sure. If I just sleep a night or two, I'm gonna remember it. So yeah, and that's also why even a 4-digit long PIN is considered secure now. If you trust the secure element to do its throttling, even a 4-digit PIN is secure now. So before it was 6 digits, but now that the throttling has been strengthened even more, it's like, okay. So good on the one hand, and I guess maybe bad on the other if you forget your password.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of forgetting passwords, I guess this was a trend I saw every so often, but it seems like there's a block of forum posts that come up about my PIN used to work. It doesn't work after this update. Have you guys found anything specific on what could be causing that, or is it just?
I know which threads you mean. Yeah, most of the time it's someone like reviving a dead thread, and they mention the same issue where they they type in their PIN, but one day it just doesn't work, seemingly, apparently after an OS update. I don't think we know the cause. I do know in the sense that there is no indication that it is a GrapheneOS specific issue. It could be a super rare upstream bug. It could, I mean, it could also be that half these people did indeed forget their PIN. I'm not saying that that's what happened to everyone. I'm sure some people, did face this legitimately. I think I read somewhere that if you maybe keep the device turned off for a bit and then turn it back on, it might work. But it could just be some kind of hardware issue, right? Where someone rightfully mentioned in the chat where a secure element could be on its way out.
One thing I do when changing a PIN code or when I set a password is I'll record myself. I'll make sure to delete it afterwards, just in case I incorrectly enter it twice.
All right, yeah, I like
from a different device.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, just to be safe, because it can happen.
Okay, apparently there are reports of that same thing happening on the stock operating system. So that's what I meant, that it's not really a GrapheneOS specific issue. So don't really know what exactly it is, but I mean, very small sample size, right? But I mean, it has never happened to me. And I've been using GrapheneOS for over 3 years at this point. It hasn't happened to anyone I know more personally, I guess. But yeah, it's a computer at the end of the day, and the computers are weird like that sometimes. But it's definitely not a widespread issue. So yeah.
Are there any major differences between a physical SIM or an eSIM, and is one better than the other?
I don't think there are any inherent benefits. I mean, I guess the benefit from eSIM may be that it's not a physical little chip that you put in your phone. So it kind of get lost or broken. But I don't believe there's any like inherent like privacy benefits from one to another. It is worth noting that you're like if you do have like an eSIM, for example, on your phone and you flash GrapheneOS or you flash back to stock OS, your eSIM does remain on the device. And it should remain no matter what you flash on it. One exception is the Duress PIN / password feature. If you activate that, that will also wipe the eSIM. But yeah, under like normal flashing, the eSIM does remain.
I think there's also a toggle in the OS when you want to install an eSIM. Isn't there some Google code or something it requires to install it on the device? Because in the past, I think you need a Play Store maybe, but you don't anymore.
Yeah, that's no longer like applicable. I mean, I believe I believe we are like we're still using like a proprietary Google app, but it doesn't send like data to anything. I believe we've definitely stopped it from sending like any kind of data like that to like Google Play, for example. So it is isolated.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. We've also done something, I mean, not similar, but it kind of just popped up in my mind how you can use, Google Camera, like the Pixel Camera app on GrapheneOS without the Google Play Store. It broke at one point, but we fixed it. We just kind of stubbed it out. And so that's useful for people who do prefer the output of a Pixel camera. Here's a question. What goes into asking organizations to support GrapheneOS via device attestation? Many apps, including banking apps, have explicit support for GrapheneOS as an alternative to using plain integrity. And GrapheneOS has remarked on social media that they have been successful on this front. We need the actual customers of a bank like to complain essentially, right? And to ask the app devs and whoever is responsible for it to add support. And like on first glance, it might seem kind of hopeless because like, okay, yes, we have over 400,000 users, but that's like a drop in the bucket in comparison to how many Android users are out there. But it's really not that impossible of a challenge to pull off. As you know, we have done it before. Like the two Swiss ones I mentioned earlier in the stream. These are the like confirmed cases. There are also some banking apps that I don't know if I have like implemented or like whitelisted GrapheneOS through that API directly. Some banks they don't necessarily say they support GrapheneOS, but in practice, if there's an issue, they will fix it. So take that as you will. Have any banks implemented device attestation for GrapheneOS of their own accord or on their own accord without customers complaining? I think that is difficult to tell because chances are in that case the app just continues to work, and if the app continues to work, there's nothing to complain about, right?
One question here someone asked is it possible to set up a VPN and an ad blocker at the same time? I'm confused about the two working together. So from my understanding for that one, it depends on what type of ad blocker you're referring to. Some do it by having a local, I guess, VPN on a loopback address on the device.
Yeah.
So that does take up the VPN slot, so you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you have something that supports ad blocking in it, like a VPN provider in their app, then you can just toggle that on. Otherwise, you can't.
Yeah. It's really just considering this requirement that you can only use one VPN app. So if your ad blocking solution takes up that slot, then you're in a bit of a pickle. Does GrapheneOS ever take known spyware samples and run them on air-gapped GrapheneOS devices to see how they work in real time to be able to block them? For example, Pegasus, Celebrite, Palantir, Graphite, etc. And if there's any documented attempt these adversary spyware tried to exploit GrapheneOS. We do have a thread on the forum that has some like Celebrite slides that kind of show that, or like that at least, yeah, I mean, they do show that GrapheneOS is effectively immune in simple terms. They are a little bit older, but we do like get the updated slides like regularly. So we do kind of keep track of that. And yeah, I mean, nothing has really changed in that regard.
And
GrapheneOS
last
is,
when I saw the
yeah, I mean, I just want to add, like, by all accords, GrapheneOS does appear to be very, very resistant to these kind of lots of forensics software and this kind of advanced malware. Because the defense is layered, right? Like you have many protections kind of working together. So even if one protection has a vulnerability somewhere, chances are the next line of defense stops the attack.
Yeah, it was great seeing that slide because it was like iPhone, stock pixel, something else, and it was all like checkmark, checkmark, checkmark. GrapheneOS just XXXX.
Yep.
Exploits don't work.
Exactly. Yeah, sometimes like we do see people that like dig up like weird, like super old, like even like court documents or like weird old slides or whatever that apparently show that GrapheneOS is or has been compromised. But in practice, every time it turns out that the owner of that phone ended up revealing their PIN/password one way or another, and it's like, yes, if you give your PIN password, voluntary or involuntary, then I mean, yes, you are cooked. you know. Yeah. How do you approach ad blocking on Vanadium? I don't see ads almost anywhere now, except for Reddit and X, aka Twitter. Yeah, we did implement ad blocking on Vanadium some time ago. It's based on like a filter list. Forgot the exact name. I'm sure somebody can tell me. But yeah, it's based on like two lists, I believe. So it's not like overly complex, but it does the job pretty well, I would say. A little off topic, but for Reddit, for example, you can use, I mean, Reddit and Twitter also have like open source front ends you can use instead of visiting the sites directly. Easy block, yeah, that's one of them. I forgot if there's a second one, but yeah, that is correct. Thank you. Oh no, yeah, it's called Easy List. Yeah, good point. Thank you. Yeah.
Another question I got, which I'm actually curious about this one because I think it used to be a feature for like a short period of time. Currently, you can only use install available apps from owner. What's the reason why you can't do that from a secondary user to another secondary user? Because I think it was enabled for a time, but then it got removed for, I think, security reasons.
Yes. I Yes, I do recall there was some kind of security issue with that approach. For sure. I don't recall the exact reasoning, however. Maybe somebody can look that up for me. But yeah, I'm afraid I don't know the exact reasoning. But there was indeed. I do vaguely remember there being an issue with that.
Are you aware of any countries that support GrapheneOS through policies? Someone said that they know there was a politician in the Czech Republic who spoke about GrapheneOS on TV and Debian.
Interesting. I did not know of that. I do. Yeah, I do see. People that work in politics talk about GrapheneOS every now and then. Or they're also on Mastodon, for example. It does happen. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there might be a lot of these kind of people using it, but maybe we're not exactly we're not exactly outspoken about it. Oh, I'm getting some explanations for why you cannot push apps from one secondary user to another. Let's see. It basically could be an issue with malicious users. The old feature didn't save a profile that had the app installed. Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, it is. Yeah, a potential vector then.
Also, since Android, I guess, is made to be a multi-user device, someone could then have a user push an
Yeah,
app and then.
yeah.
Okay.
Anyone can push whatever app to other users. Yeah, oh yeah, good point. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean,
I didn't think about that one.
yeah, that'd be pretty bad, right? Yeah. I see. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for everyone helping out here a little bit.
Oh, here's one if you can answer it. Where does GrapheneOS source the Google apps like Play Store and Markup that are in the App Store?
Good question. I'm afraid I cannot give you a good answer to that. I don't know how exactly it works. I'm guessing they are maybe ripped from the stock OS, perhaps. That is my admittedly not so educated guess. Yeah, I got note that they are probably indeed taken off a device that is running the stock operating system.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, markup is weird because it's for some reason it's not offered in the Play Store, so we have to host ourselves, which is kind of strange. But it is what it is.
Another
Also,
one.
oh no, go ahead. I'll try to remember it.
Do you have any opinions on passkeys in the OS? And then I'll just quickly give my opinion on passkeys. I don't like passkeys since they're tied to a device and I can lose my device. I prefer hardware keys like a YubiKey or something, but
Yeah.
I know that passkeys are being pushed for convenience. And so the person's questions are like, is there a plan to incorporate them more into the OS natively or just use an app, I guess, that can hold them for you?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with your sentiment, Josh. There. Yeah, if you just kind of lose your phone, that'd be a bit unfortunate. Not aware of any specific goals for that. No. I don't believe so. Mhm. Yes. I mean, yes, it does sound good on paper. Um, and I mean, Aurora Store has made some improvements in like their like security wise to like make sure that the apps you download from the Aurora Store are actually the apps you want to download. I believe it is still not quite on the same level as the Play Store, however. And problem is with the Aurora Store is it doesn't like you always need an account to use the Play Store, and it doesn't change with the Aurora Store. Just on the Aurora Store, you're given a dummy account, and you know that is a violation of the terms of service, and it often is overloaded with users, and then you need to like log back in, try a different account, try a different dummy account, and so I believe you get rate limited relatively often. So yeah, it's not quite on the same level as the Google Play Store, I'm afraid. Well, there are some like really strange edge cases where with the Aurora Store you can actually download an app that is kind of set to because you can use the play integrity to stop an app from showing up on the Play Store on apps or sorry on phones that don't pass play integrity, right? And Aurora Store kind of just ignores that restriction, so you get to install that kind of app, and sometimes it's again kind of a weird setup with play integrity. So you know they might enforce play integrity on the App Store listing, but then when you download and install the app, try to run it, it actually works because there is no play integrity check inside the app. So that is one of those really weird edge cases where Aurora is, I guess, in a way superior. But yeah, most of the time, you're probably better off using the Play Store if you want like the best security. And it's also worth noting that all these like dummy accounts, let's just get banned by Google, right? It's just not a very um, like reliable way of accessing the Play Store, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it works well until it doesn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's also like the fact that um, the Aurora Store will also not have the same app compatibility, right? Because some apps also check where they were installed from. For example, it doesn't really have like play asset delivery, so like overall compatibility will generally be worse than the Play Store. But well, it is admittedly also pretty difficult to compete with the original Play Store, right? In that sense, like the original Play Store will always have the best compatibility. I mean, that is why you can install it in a sandbox state if you want.
Oh,
I heard the goal is to come away from the Linux kernel to a microkernel. Is this a goal in Motorola devices for long term too? That is very far in the future. I'm afraid like that is just too far in the future to really comment on that. Um, but yeah, the first sentence does check out. a question here. Which stock apps will be replaced or modernized? Pretty much all of the AOSP ones. So let me just quickly check here on my phone here. So it include the clock app, contacts, I'm guessing files as well, a gallery, absolutely, the messaging, aka SMS app, and not sure about the phone app. I mean, that appears to be working decently well, but maybe I'm guessing there's going to be some updates across the board. Also, have you guys played around with the like updated PDF viewer? You can finally, like if you want to change pages, you can just kind of swipe. So that is very nice. I was very hyped when that update when we pushed that update out. Yep, it's a huge usability improvement.
That was a pain before.
yeah, for sure. I do have to agree, unfortunately. What about calculator? I mean, probably, yeah. I didn't really get told what happens to calculator. It's relatively far down in the list, right? For many reasons. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm guessing all of these apps will get a facelift one way or another.
So someone asked, I guess going back to the Aurora question, so is installing Play services and using Play Store the official recommended route?
If you need something from Google Play, yes. Yes. We do, like, this official recommendation where you better just use the Play Store.
What's the biggest security weakness in GrapheneOS that the devs want to improve on currently?
Ooh, that is an interesting question. Very thought-provoking.
Definitely curious about that.
The biggest current security weakness. So from what I gathered, the biggest security weakness really is the Linux kernel. I'm afraid. So, but that is difficult to fully fix, right? I mean, there's some things you can do. There's some tweaks you can do to the kernel. There's features you can sort of disable and remove to remove a bunch of attack surface, but kernel does remain a relatively big attack vector.
Oh, and going back to the install available apps question, the person that asked it clarified. They're wondering if, let's say you install an app in a secondary user, if it would be possible to make it so that owner could install from that secondary user, because otherwise you can't really, unless you directly installed an owner, you can't get that app across, if that makes sense.
No, I'm not sure I follow. So they're installing an app?
Yeah, they're installing an app in a secondary user, and then if you go to owner, you'll see that it says this app is installed for another user. Would it be possible to make a toggle to let you install that app in owner? Since if you're owner, then you should have the permission necessary. Because currently you can't. You have to manually install it in owner. Never thought about that.
Yeah, indeed. Same here. Maybe. It's a little strange because apps are installed like phone wide, right? Okay, like they're not necessarily available in every profile, but they're installed everywhere at the same time. Which is also why if you update the app in one profile, it should be updated in the other as well. That is also a very thought-provoking question. Perhaps I suggest maybe look through the GitHub tracker, like the issue tracker on GitHub. See if maybe somebody has come up with this idea before, and if not, maybe consider filing an issue there. Any future thoughts on making GrapheneOS its own desktop operating system? I know desktop is not as secure overall, but it would still be nice. Well, you see, there's many things that we would love to have. That pretty much sums it up, unfortunately. Well, I mean, there is the Android desktop mode, right? But hey, I mean, who knows if there is suitable hardware? Why not? I mean, there was also talk about a sort of like a Pixel book or like a kind of laptop by Google. That was, I believe, supposed to run Android at the end of the day. If that ever gets released, then it does meet our requirements, then chances are we can support that. But yeah, that doesn't really quite answer the question. Let's say we have our hands full with the current the current circumstances.
With this one, going back to the kernel, so you mentioned the biggest security weakness is the security of the kernel, and I do see that it is frequently exploited. What about the closed-sourced boot chain? They asked.
In detail, what do you mean with closed boot? The closed boot chain? Like, do you mean the closed source, like proprietary, like firmware, for example?
They said when rebooting the device, you will see the hash of the OS image, which will betray the state of the device.
Yes, but that's just verified boot doing its work, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that question.
Yeah, maybe we can reword it. I think I also didn't quite. Yeah, I see the message right now.
I'm talking about the proprietary initial bootloader when talking about the boot chain.
Proprietary. Okay, I mean, well, yeah, I mean, that is all kind of in the firmware, and we can't really change the firmware in that regard. But there's also one of the requirements that the firmware is updated regularly. Yeah, can't do much about that on the pixels. But as far as I understand, firmware security on the pixels is pretty good. And I mean, Google has, like, we cannot really like change the firmware on our own, but Google has changed the firmware for us in a way based on our suggestions in the past. So there's that. I remember a while ago mentioning there might be plans to implement an anti-theft feature that would lock the device if sensed being snatched out of someone's hands, like there is on Android. But there would be a GrapheneOS specific implementation. Is this still in the pipeline? Yeah, someone mentions there is an issue on the tracker. mentioned that it's max priority. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I would say, if the issue is open, if it's got a decent priority, then it's on the radar. Then at the very least, it's something that the devs consider to be a useful feature. On the topic of a issue tracker, and kind of jumping back to a previous talk we had here on the stream, something I noticed that like also on the internet, people say we will just like delete issues randomly or comments on our issue tracker, and the answer to that is just like if you're being rude or like super entitled, then we simply don't have to put up with that. Like there you go. And so in that case, yeah, we will delete comments or maybe even entire issues if you are not being nice. There you go. to put in the most nice terms myself. If you're like respectful, then we will also be respectful.
Yeah, sometimes there's this impression that an open source project is the equivalent of someone being angry at an Apple support employee,
Yeah.
but it's much different.
Yeah,
Like with a lot of open source projects. I've seen some where you'll have a open source project a corporation is dependent on, and the corporation will open an issue and start complaining, asking for stuff, and it's like, well, you're getting this for free. There's only so much.
Yeah, and it's kind of odd and funny and also good in a sense, because and actually this is something I'm like happy about, is that like we will absolutely like we support like everyone in the sense that even if it's like just one seemingly random user who needs help or needs something like specific explained, like we will indeed like take care of that user, and even like like give an in-depth like technical explanation, for example. Like we will do that, but and like we're happy to do that. That's our passion. Because GrapheneOS is a project driven by passion. But as I said, like if you're just being rude or anything like that, then we just don't need to. Yeah, just we don't need to deal with that. So and like we just want. Um, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting setup, right? Because it's like this whole like I guess the GrapheneOS ecosystem in a sense is unique in a sense that like you have, I don't know, like a typical Android phone, and like the support from any of these like super large companies or Apple, and like in practice like getting help from like a real human is like close to impossible. And you're just being shoved around in like FAQs and probably AI chatbots, and probably AI chatbots like on your phone as well. Whereas here you can just join the chat rooms or the forum or our Reddit or wherever, and get help pretty much around the clock. So that's nice, and that's all for free. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty unheard of with
Isn't
other
that lovely?
products.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
Oh, here's a nice, not a question, but something someone wrote. Not so much a question, but I love how informed whoever runs the Twitter/Reddit accounts is on other projects like the other Linux phones and /EOS. I always enjoy the Twitter smackdowns they do.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, indeed. Some of our devs, I mean, I argue that all of our devs definitely know what they're doing. But yeah, there's some people in there that are clearly very, very, very good at their craft. So yeah. Yeah, Twitter account is was like the general GrapheneOS accounts are shared. Um, but most of the time I can kind of tell who is saying what like, because it depends on like the time of the day. I can kind of guess who is saying what. Um, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Not everyone appreciates that. Um, but the truth is like we don't sugarcoat things, okay? Like because like educating people about I mean, I don't want to say like real privacy and security because real privacy security depends on who you ask, but like the privacy and security that we think is real, um, like educating people about that is it's a major role of what we do. It plays a major role. Um, so we don't really sugarcoat things, and I guess sometimes that does um, upset people occasionally. Um, so yeah, but there are ways you can mitigate that.
Yeah, part of the issue too is the more popular that
Hmm.
privacy and security get as a trend, the more you get people coming in who want to make a buck off what's been done, and so they kind of launch their own products.
That
And
is such a great topic. I'm really happy that you touched on this. Like the amount of like probably like almost every day, okay, I check like GrapheneOS socials, I check like our chats, and then I I come across some random like OS that is based on GrapheneOS and that is clearly just trying to piggyback of our success. Okay, some random OS, and turns out all they do is just bundle some apps, and then yeah, they bundle some apps, they bundle um, some kind of services, some like gimmicky features, call it an OS, slap a price tag on it. Most of the time, it's even a subscription, and then sell that. That happens so often, and like people can do that. Like the permissive license does allow people to take GrapheneOS, do their own thing, and sell it, or sell straight up GrapheneOS. Like people do that, people can do it. But yeah, it happens so frequently, and like the truth is like there is simply nobody else that does the work we do, and especially not these like very shady looking forks of GrapheneOS. Okay,
yeah,
like
with good
just
marketing.
just don't. Yeah, just don't even. No, just don't. There you go. That's my response. Um, yeah, like GrapheneOS kind of plays on its in its own league. Um, in practice. I mean, okay, I guess like stock Android and like stock Pixel OS and like iOS also, like admittedly, are pretty like in that league, I suppose, or at least the closest. But yeah, and it's what yeah. What also happens is because like um, we are so good at what we do, um, it happens that sometimes we call out these kind of fishy products that are just out to like straight up scam you. Okay. And, of course, we're not going to make friends with these people, but we also don't want to be friends with these kind of like entities. Um, and there's many examples I could bring here. Um, but like just straight up scam products.
I've seen some replies that are like, "Oh, well, why don't you just help them instead and make them better?" And that's such a big request to tell or to make. To be like, "I'll just help improve their product." It's like, it's tough enough maintaining one OS, let alone helping improve a project to bring them up to the same standards. I don't know. It's just some of the comments I see on those threads that pop up.
Um, Yeah, but you need to differentiate between like a literal just scam product that
Yeah.
the creators clearly don't actually care about. They're only after your money, okay? Like always follow the money, essentially. Like that's not gonna do anything. It's just a waste of time. And we also don't want to like um be put in any kind of connection with these kind of companies. Just don't. They always advertise like military grade encryption and all kinds of like just ridiculous amount of like buzzwords that I don't like. What do they even mean?
Yep.
um, yeah,
There's been some where then they go and do like an interview, and it's like, what are you even talking about?
yeah.
When they,
Or they just have like paid sponsorships on like
yep.
various YouTube channels and content creators, and then you like watch the video and they're like they're advertising like a DNS block list as like the holy feature, and they show how, oh look how many trackers we've blocked, and it's like, bro, like this is just very simple DNS blocking that you can set up literally in 2 minutes. Like you don't need any specific knowledge, and that is really not a crazy feature. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, some people who are just not very tech savvy um, get sucked in that and believe these claims.
Yep.
Um, and most of the time we just leave them alone. But yeah, sometimes we will kind of go ham on them when they just spread lies about us and the project. If they say, "Oh look, oh GrapheneOS is actually a good project, but look at how good our project is," like, and then yeah, that like good luck, because we will absolutely obliterate you on a technical level completely, and you will not survive that encounter. um, yeah, and like I do find that is totally fine. Like as harsh as that may have sounded just now.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why we should give space to just outright scammers. Like,
I've been seeing some posts where they'll use like a ad block test site and they just reverse
yeah,
the domains that are blocked. And why isn't
yeah,
GrapheneOS blocking
yeah,
them?
yep,
Actually, here's the full story. It's just kind of debunking those
yep,
those facts.
yep. It is really sad to see. Um, I hate those so much.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, honestly, like if you like don't have a pixel, or like we also have to keep in mind people who live in countries where pixels are not sold. Okay, and importing a pixel is just super expensive. Um, in that case, well, you can really use GrapheneOS, but in that case, we would just recommend you to either stay on the stock OS, or I guess go and switch to Lineage OS if a device supports it. Because I guess on a like end of life phone, um, that doesn't receive firmware updates, um, I suppose Lineage OS would still bring some like user space updates. Um, it's not saying that is a very good idea to use that, but sometimes you kind of have to work with what you have. Um, but yeah.
I guess on that line of thought, I got a question about
Uh-huh.
what does GrapheneOS think about the Pale Moon browser? So I guess that could be a
Isn't
general
that
question. Oh,
isn't that just a Firefox like
yeah, it's a
fork?
hard fork from Firefox. So I guess maybe just a general question about Firefox / forks in general. Kind of what's the opinion on those kinds of browsers?
So first of all, Firefox not exactly a very secure option, especially not on Android. It's really far behind on Chromium, like behind Chromium. So it's just not a good option in general. I recommend you to search for like Firefox, like keywords on our socials, and maybe even on our Discord, for example. Uh, it doesn't do very well in terms of like site isolation as and of similar things of similar nature. And I mean, this Pale Moon browser, I mean, it's probably very niche, and so it may also lag behind on updates, which is not good. If you're gonna fork a browser, then you also need to stay up to date with that fork. I mean, I've not looked into it, right? But A, it's Firefox. B, it's probably pretty niche, so probably not the best option from a purely objective standpoint. Someone says, my phone died and I just went for a walk while it was charging. Please don't say I missed some kind of cursed desktop OS discussion. I mean, we did have some desktop discussion before. It wasn't particularly long.
Oh, here's one that I've seen come up a few times as well. What is GrapheneOS doing or going to do when Google makes AOSP closed? Google cannot be trusted. Would GrapheneOS move to a model similar to what PureOS did with their phone?
I don't know what model this PureOS is going for, but there is no indication that Google is closing off AOSP in that regard. And we do have a Motorola on our side now, which should help with that, or any other kinds of weird shenanigans that Google might be doing. Because I feel like on the Google side of things change very quickly recently. But yeah, would be interesting to know what this other OS has in store, or what it's doing.
I think people also forget too that Android is run on more than just phones. So for them to close off Android it's not just against GrapheneOS or some other projects. It'd be like every device, car, TV.
Yep. That is indeed also true. I think people vastly underestimate what it would take for Google to be like, yep,
yeah,
we're closing this off. Here's an interesting question. What is a common recommendation people give to GrapheneOS users that is very wrong? Let me think about this for a moment. A common recommendation. Okay, so people that are non-GrapheneOS users that recommend things to actual GrapheneOS users that is very wrong. That's how I understand it. Interesting. Josh, do you have any thoughts on that, like yourself?
I think, I guess this also touches on another topic, but the fact to avoid Google at all costs, and if you use open source, then you're safe, I think is...
Yeah, that is a good point too.
That's a very blanket statement that has a lot of nuance to it. Like, just because you don't install Play services because someone recommended it doesn't mean an app is not bundled with Google code inside of it to function.
Yep, that happens all the time. It happens all the time. Like apps are bundled with Google libraries all the time. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would also say like rooting your phone using Shizuku. I hope I pronounced that right. Like tinkering with developer options, changing system apps permissions or disabling them entirely. Like just don't do that. Like, in general, do not touch on like do not touch like system apps. You know, go ham on like any apps you install yourself. You can just do whatever you want with those, but just leave the system apps alone. They're trusted. Just leave them alone. Probably in a also more philosophical aspect, that is a good point. They say that GrapheneOS is security first, and essentially privacy second, and that's just not true from our perspective, because our perspective is to achieve privacy, you need good security. Because if your phone is not very secure, then you can argue, well, the privacy aspect is kind of falling apart then. So that is why also a lot of the work we do is also security. But at the same time, there's plenty of actual like straight up face-to-face privacy features, context scopes, for example, sandboxed Google Play. So there's plenty of that.
Someone else mentioned that using F-Droid for everything is another bad suggestion getting spread.
F-Droid. Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, sort of. Like, yeah, because you see, I mean, F-Droid sounds great on paper. Free open source apps, but then problems start with like we're building infrastructure, like suddenly running on like an end of life, like Debian server, for example, or like Debian release. I mean, their weird like inclusion policy, the like the slow app release, like update schedule. There is a lot you can mention for F-Droid, which kind of need to be improved upon ideally. I saw some people saying GrapheneOS is the most secure OS, but they don't use it because they don't need that high level of security. Yes, but I mean, like everyone, needs / wants security whether they know it or not. I think these people don't necessarily like know that whatever phone or whatever setup they currently have running is probably pretty awful, to be honest.
I think it's also tough to explain because if I lock my door in my house, if someone breaks in or if I leave it open, I know that happened. Saying you don't need security in kind of the cyberspace, you don't really know something's wrong until it's really wrong.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So to say you don't need it's kind of difficult, I guess, to say.
Yeah, for sure. Also, we have the official GrapheneOS account posting right now. I say many people greatly underestimate the importance of the privacy and security improvements it makes. Yeah, pretty much circles back to people who don't really have or understand the whole picture. Because it's also not something that you touch on often, right? Like there's just simply not many projects that take security seriously.
Oh, here's a question going back to the secure element.
Mm-hmm.
Could an attacker wait for a vulnerability in the secure element to access the device before first unlock since the phone wouldn't be receiving updates? If so, would GrapheneOS consider an optional setting to purge the decryption key from the secure element after an amount of time similar to Auto-reboot?
Yes, so I mean, yeah, that is true. In theory, you could wait or try to develop a secure element exploit. As far as we're aware, that has not happened so far. But yeah, in theory, yes, if you hold a phone in your possession for enough time, which is not updated, eventually you may come across a vulnerability. And if you feel like that is in your threat model, if that is something you want to be safe from, there are some features that are already in the OS that kind of help, like Duress PIN password. That will nuke also the encryption keys and other like critical data. And the mere presence of this feature existing kind of just scares away you from like entering random pins, right? Because you might you might hit the Duress one, and then your all hope is lost on recovering that data. But also this is what our like the two-factor fingerprint unlock is used for, where so you can kind of rely on the secure element to do its throttling. Or no, sorry, I completely messed it up. Where you do not do that. In fact, where you use like a master password, for example. So you reboot your phone will always ask for an initial password. So that is like your primary unlock, and that can be pretty much anything you want. That can be just a regular PIN, so you fully rely on the secure element. But if you don't want to rely on just the secure element, if you're afraid that it could get breached in the future, that is in your threat model, then you will just use a sufficiently long, for example, passphrase or a password that is like 20 digits long, and that will protect the contents of your like phone even against a brute force attempt, right? Like, at least so far, it is not really possible to brute force that. So even in the event that the secure element, like throttling, gets bypassed somehow, in that case, like your password would still kind of protect your data. And then you can use the two-factor fingerprint unlock to still have like in terms of usability, a massive improvement, because you can still, for like your secondary unlock, you can then use your fingerprint, and then additionally a PIN, because if you only have a fingerprint, then that is a little risky, because your fingerprint, somebody can just hold your finger against the phone and unlock it. Whereas with the two-factor fingerprint unlock, they would need your fingerprint as well as your PIN, and then you couple that with the auto-reboot feature, right? Which puts your phone back to the BFU state, which is the most secure state your phone can be, and then it will ask you for a master password again. So you can see there's a bunch of kind of features that work together to make this kind of cohesive structure, and yeah, try to cover all tracks in a way. But yeah, it really depends on. It really depends on your use case, your threat model, what you're afraid of. Like in practice, most people don't need to be afraid of like the secure element being breached, right? But hey, if you are afraid of that, if that's in your threat model, or even if you're just interested in like securing yourself from that, the features are there. Play around with settings, see how they all kind of interconnect.
I think talking about the encryption as well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the PIN code or password used to set on the device is then used to derive the encryption key. So it's not like a 4-digit PIN means you have a 4-digit encryption key.
No. It's part of the process. Yeah.
Like so if someone tries to brute force the encryption, it's much more protected. It's not just a 5-digit number.
Yeah. There's a bunch of things that go into that. So for example, also when like if if the encryption keys are destroyed, like you use Duress PIN, everything gets nuked. Even if if that happens, and even if the attacker for some reason knows your PIN/password, it doesn't matter anymore. It still cannot decrypt it.
Oh, because you can't rederive those encryption keys at that point in time anymore, so the data's destroyed.
Because there's just a bunch of factors that go into it. Duress PIN just nukes everything, and then Duress PIN is very. I mean, it's not a I mean, it is a simple feature in a sense that what it does, and it is kept simple on purpose, right? Because it obviously always needs to work. So any complexity could work against that. So that's why we don't really have much of a option menu for the Duress PIN/password.
Yeah. Would having unfettered access to the data in the secure element give you the decryption key, or would you still need the PIN/password to get the full key? Someone asked.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that is accurate in the sense that like you do still need your PIN/password.
Oh, to access it, the decryption key.
Yeah. I would recommend to read there's a section of that on our website that talks about like the encryption in particular. How long should the device passphrase be minimum? I mean, if you don't want to rely on the secure element throttling, I believe that would be like 6 to 8 words. Like if you're using a passphrase, I believe that is still up to date. And if it's like truly just a, random jarbled mess of letters and numbers, for example, it would be about 20 characters. I believe that that makes it so you have enough entropy to resist even brute force attacks. Yeah. And like doing that will provide like encryption on any kind of like phone or like regular drive, right? If you encrypt it with a sufficiently long PIN, password, passphrase, but it's not necessarily very convenient to type in, especially on a phone, right? So that's why we use pixels that have the good that have the throttling included. That's why we have two-factor fingerprint unlock.
I use like a 10-word passphrase, and I kind of dread reboots now, but it's a nice peace of mind.
Yeah. Like that first reboot is going to be a little painful, I suppose. Although, I mean, I guess you could maybe use like a keyboard to type it in, but yeah, it's not the most like perfect condition usability wise, but that's just the kind of trade-offs you have to make sometimes.
Yeah.
In general, like we strive to have like the best combination of like privacy, security, and usability, and like the out-of-the-box settings. Because like there are ways to like harden in a way the OS further with like the included toggles. But yeah, a lot of them are not set by default. Or some of them aren't.
I was actually curious about that. When you guys, so I think memory tagging is off by default, if I remember correctly.
For user installed apps, yeah.
Do you guys do that? Is it kind of like how many users will this cause issues for versus the benefit? Or is there a time where it's like it's worth turning on by default? Is there like an analysis that goes into that at all?
Yeah, it's just sort of like an assumption or like knowing how many apps out there that have some kind of memory corruption bug that will be detected and thus terminated by memory tagging. And then seeing, well, okay, that's not great if people cannot use their apps, because like, okay, in an ideal world, you wouldn't need to use that app, but in practice, maybe you do need to use a buggy app. So yeah, that does also play a role, right? You can, for example, also with our like the USB-C settings, you can even turn off the USB-C port entirely, or use it for charging only, but that is not the default because it's just not what I guess most people would use it for. Because a lot of people will connect a phone for something that isn't just charging, like to a car, for example, or whatever. So the default is pretty useful there. Somebody made a good point that the encryption keys are derived but not stored. When in BFU state there is no key to obtain. Yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah. No, I'm still looking at the Discord. I'm sorry. Sometimes I go on these ramblings. All right, let's see. What else is here? Dun dun dun. What are your thoughts on badness enumeration? Is it completely useless, not as a convenience feature, but as a tool for your privacy and security? It's, I would say, not the end goal. Because I'm sure there's plenty of papers and written sites that kind of go into detail about badness enumeration and why it doesn't actually work in practice, or is not very reliable, or it should be reliant on. Is there a plan to support face unlock in GrapheneOS, or is it considered less secure than other options? It can be fine if the Pixel still had the appropriate like hardware for it. I believe what was it? The Pixel 4 XL. I don't remember, but one of the Pixel 4s had like special like camera hardware that allowed an actually secure face unlock, and that is since missing from like modern Pixels, and that is also something, and that is also why face unlock is not a thing in GrapheneOS.
Yeah, I think then with the older device, it could do like a 3D image almost. I think they're like stereoscopic or
Yeah.
something. I forget the name.
Yeah.
Now it's just a camera, which is not
Yep.
ideal for that.
Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, it's simply not secure. You know, it can be most definitely tricked, and you don't want that. So yeah, not even mentioning like pattern unlock, right? Like that is just horrible. So that's also out, removed. What if you rely on the secure element? How long then? I mean, if you rely on the secure element with the updated changes, even the 4-digit long PIN is secure, right? And so, like, if you do rely on the secure element, like adding much more beyond that isn't very useful, I would argue. Because if you see, if you do something kind of in between, where it's not really enough to withstand prolonged periods of brute forcing, in an event that the secure element does fail you, you might as well have just used a 4-digit long PIN then, for example. So
Here's an
will the
interesting
Motorola?
one.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh. Is there any preference by the project on either a hardware or software solution being preferred? So like Lux encryption versus a secure element? Like, is one better than the other?
Yes. I mean, the secure element has been tested under various conditions of trying to like break it and break the throttling, etc. So yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of maybe a little bit difficult to compare. I don't really think they both fit the same use case, if I understood the question correctly.
Yeah, I think it's more
But
just which one's maybe more reliable, if there is one, hardware versus a software security sort of thing.
I mean, having actual hardware to back it up is definitely better, especially for something like a secure element like throttling unlock attempts, for sure. Will the Motorola devices support face unlock and eventually with a PIN? So face unlock and a PIN, that is written in the stars.
Someone said 3-factor unlock.
Three-factor unlock. Like, yeah, let's go. I mean, yeah, in theory, right? Like, but again, only if the actual hardware is there to support a secure face unlock. I believe that Apple does that much better. I believe Apple does have actual hardware. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure Apple does. Would you use an Android laptop or tablet if Motorola offered one that met GrapheneOS requirements? Sure. Why not? I don't see why I couldn't replace my current laptop with an Android laptop, to be honest. Because I personally don't run anything like super intensive on my laptop, which means, it kind of means I don't run any like programs or apps that wouldn't really work on Android at all or not very well. So yeah, I can see that happen.
Are there any recommendations on secure firmware for old ThinkPads or old devices, like Libre boot, Core boot, things like that?
I
These are kind of random questions, but just
Yeah, I mean, I think there isn't really a good way to fix these devices at this point. We're just too old. The problem with like most of the time, upgrading the firmware is like the firmware is signed by keys that you do not have access to. Okay, so like most firmware, at least on like modern devices, you cannot just update the firmware yourself, even if you wanted to. That is kind of just excluded as a possibility. I suppose some old devices you can do that, which also kind of raises questions. If you can upgrade the firmware, it means anyone can also upgrade the firmware in a nefarious way. Also, the problem with these old like with the old hardware is not necessarily just missing firmware updates, but also just security issues in the hardware that you cannot necessarily fix via software. I mean, there's all kinds of like CPU side channel attacks, etc. that most of the time can be validated by software, but it's not exactly a great fix. And at the end of the day, I mean, you see, just look at the Pixel 8 and later that comes with memory tagging. That is such a crazy good feature, and that is just not. It's just not a thing on older Pixels, right? So naturally, over time, old hardware just becomes so much more, or like so much worse in terms of protecting you, because the newer hardware just has all the bells and whistles, like memory tagging, for example. Crazy good feature.
Yeah, and it's tough too because I definitely get the critique that e-waste is a problem for sure. So it's unfortunate that we're kind of end up with the option of just discarding it, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does suck from an like environmental perspective, absolutely. But it's just how it is. I'm afraid.
It's just the current state.
It's just not something that we can fix. I would love to, but I mean, hey, if you have a plan, I'm all ears, right? Yeah, like it. Yeah, for like the Pixels, like the Pixel 6 and 7 series, it's not like they're bad. Pixel 8 and later are just so much better. That's how you should maybe look at that. So if you don't have a Pixel yet, you should definitely consider 8 or above, because the support time for the older Pixels is kind of running out slowly but surely. New Pixels have 7 years of support from launch, so you will have just more support time, one way or another.
Oh, someone asked,
even if you buy used. Yeah.
Going back to passphrase versus password, is there much difference between a password of 40 random characters or a passphrase like a diceware? I think you get more entropy with random characters. That can also be a pain to remember to type in.
Yeah,
much
like
harder
that
to
is
memorize.
essentially why people use passphrases, right? Like, yeah.
So it's not a huge difference, but agree.
Yeah, it's an improvement, but it's just horrible to type and memorize.
Yeah.
Hey, if you can do it, go for it. Good for you.
But I think the longer the password will always kind of win out versus a complex short password, at least at this point in time.
Oh, this is an interesting one. Have you had any memorable experiences working for GrapheneOS? Yeah, many. Where do I start? The ATT video, for example. I was kind of in a way responsible for that video, in a sense that I happened to talk to Linus himself. It was just like a DM, which was of course a little nerve wracking because I'm of course aware how big the channel is, so it makes sense to try to get the best video out of his like test run as possible. But yeah, I mean, pretty happy with the end result. And then another very very memorable experience, something we didn't even touch on so far, was the article that Wired published about GrapheneOS. That was definitely a very memorable experience, because I was the one who got interviewed by the writer from Wired, and damn, what do you even say about that? Like, it's a pretty complex topic because so what happened is that the article was really supposed to be about, GrapheneOS. It was supposed to be okay. Like, yes, it was also supposed to kind of cover the history of GrapheneOS. It was supposed to cover the features of GrapheneOS. Like we talked about the philosophical aspect of GrapheneOS. Like, who is it for? Is it just for like security professionals and other super tech savvy people? The answer was, of course, no. How does it compare to iOS? Like, the writer even bought herself, I believe it was a Pixel 6a. Because she messaged me that she like was about to, or maybe like bought accidentally like a Verizon model, and I told her, hey, that's not going to work. And so, the plan was probably also for her to kind of share her experience with GrapheneOS, like her own like personal experience, like someone that isn't like super tech savvy, which I think was a great idea, because it would probably match better with the average reader of Wired. And so that was what was the plan. Okay, like we talked about so many things, right? We talked about what happened in France. We talk. I don't know what, like, we talk about everything pretty much. Okay, and the end result is that we got an article that focuses like pretty much exclusively on like what happened, or like the very beginning with Copperhead. Um, and it's like, why? It kind of came out of nowhere. They just kind of send us like a questionnaire with a bunch of questions, and it was clearly very very much linked to what happened with Copperhead back in the day, like directly, and it was pretty much only about Copperhead, and that kind of came as a surprise because that is just not what the article was supposed to be about. But I guess like maybe the editorial team over at Wired wanted some kind of some kind of like I guess a bit of a clickbait even, some kind of engagement bait, but like talk about what happened in France, or like talk about our partnership with Motorola, talk about the infinite palette of content that I offered the writer, and they just discarded all of it and just did this whole article only about Copperhead, and that was just really disappointing because I spent a lot of time talking to that writer, and I put in a lot of effort, and also bothered a lot of people trying to like get all the details together, and the end result is just this one article that focuses solely on Copperhead, and it's not like a terrible article. It does paint GrapheneOS in a good light, which it should, like, especially in regards to Copperhead. But it's just not what was discussed all this time, right? Like yes, of course, go over the history of the project, go over Copperhead. Sure, makes sense. It's part of the history. That is totally legitimate. Okay, but why did we make this whole article about Copperhead suddenly? So yeah, that was very, very bad.
Yeah, it's an interesting direction they chose, especially with like all the France stuff and all that going on at the time as well. And then you focus on
like talk about France. Like there is so much like clickbait potential there. There is like I could give her a whole book about content that they can write about. Okay, but why are you focusing on just this one single part of like the history when there's so much to talk about. There is so much content. And we're like, yep, we'll do freaking Copperhead and Copperhead only. Yeah, this has upset me, to be honest. But has
Yeah, a little
definitely
frustrating.
upset me a lot. But yeah, it is what it is. We did share, like we did publicly post like the questionnaire that they sent to us, and we also shared our answers to that questionnaire. So we kind of did everything in our power. But yeah, not exactly my favorite experience in that regard. Because like the whole point, and really this kind of circles back to the stream here, the whole point is that you know, all of our communication thus far has been through written means. Okay, it has always been, it's pretty much only been text. Okay, and text is great on the one hand. Okay, text is awesome because it's concise. You can it's easily searchable. But with text, um, I feel like you sometimes lose that human element, and that is really something I'm trying to introduce or reintroduce, so people have a better understanding of the people behind GrapheneOS, like our values, what bothers us, um, like what concerns us, like what problems are we looking at. Yeah, that is really what I want to achieve. And
Yeah,
that is also
especially
one of the reasons I did this Wired article, right? And then, yeah, you can tell it really bothers me because I spent so much time and it was all discussed. It was all for nothing, essentially. But yeah, go ahead. What did you want to say?
I mean, there's some benefit to a live stream where you kind of tell it your way versus
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Wired article. You got to wait for the edit. What actually got included? What did you say? It's, yeah. I think it humanizes it a little bit more, kind of hearing
yeah,
someone
exactly.
talk directly.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, like we're of course not like I'm not like sitting next to a whole bunch of graphene users or fans of the project, but I think it's definitely still a lot closer than just with text, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you should. Everyone is listening. Everyone that will listen. I mean, we're like 4 hours in. Oh God, I don't know if anyone that is like gonna be listening to this on YouTube will even make it this far. But hey, if you did, post about it in the comments. And let me know if you appreciate this stream, and if we should do this more often, because like that's the whole idea. Yeah, kind of humanize the project a little bit, um, and just show that the whole project is just driven by passion. um, yeah.
Yeah, if you want, we can probably wrap it up soon. I'm getting a little fatigued at this point, 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, that is fair. I think, yeah, it is probably time.
Yeah. Being on camera that long kind of throws me off.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, I don't have my camera on, right? So I'm in a bit of a more favorite position in that regard. Definitely would love to see more. That's nice to hear. Yeah.
I mean, I really appreciate you
Definitely.
guys kind of speaking out in this manner. I've always watched all
Yeah.
the interviews I see come out because it's just a different medium to hear from
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly
the
right.
project. Definitely enjoy it.
Yeah. The interviews were both great. I mean, there's one with Gabe, like Flawed World, right, on the Hated One channel. Thought I should repeat that if somebody wants to watch those. And there's one with Metroplex on David Bombay's channel. And yeah, I guess now there's this one too.
Yeah. Nice little 4-hour one. I guess I got a couple more questions and maybe we'll take like one or two more and then kind of
Okay.
end it
Yeah.
there.
Sure.
Do you have a recommended time for auto reboot? For me, at least, what I do is as short of a time as I can have without rebooting when I sleep. It's kind of how I do it.
Yeah, that checks out. Things with auto reboot, it really depends on what kind of apps and potential services you rely on. You see, the like stock clock app, it supports direct boot. What is direct boot? Direct boot is essentially a feature, so the app continues to run and offer its or like some of its services after you reboot your phone, when your phone is in the BFU state before you unlock it for the first time after reboot. So that's what direct boot does. So yes, the clock app supports direct boot. So even if auto reboots strikes when you're sleeping, your phone should still ring the alarm.
Yeah, I've tested that one and it does work.
Yep.
Confirmed, yeah.
I do every now and then, very rarely, I do see reports of it's not working, but it should. If it doesn't, then I'm not sure. Maybe you just misconfigured something effectively. But yeah, then there's something to fix. But yeah, it should work. Other apps, maybe not so much. I'm not actually sure about like Signal, for example. Like, how well does it work in a BFU state? I'm not entirely sure.
Is there an easy way to check if an app supports that? Or I guess you got to inspect the APK directly. You can't just do like app info.
I don't know. I don't know. No, it's not going to be in the app info page. But that is just something you need to keep in mind. Yeah. But I mean, the default is set to, it should be 18 hours. I mean, realistically, almost everyone will unlock their phone at least once within those 18 hours. Somebody says their Molly database logs for me after reboot. Yeah, that could be. So it really depends on the apps. Do your own research in a way. And yeah, I mean, the default is already pretty good, like 18 hours. But yeah, you can put it down all the way to 10 minutes if you want to. But I think almost nobody watching will have that sort of requirement. Oh, got a message here that Signal does not support direct boot. Okay. Calls and texts work BFU, but contacts do not, so you won't see contact names. I mean, okay, it's still decent though. Yeah, good to know. But yeah, the direct boot support is something you need to keep in mind if that is something you rely on. I don't know what kind of apps are there. So there could be some constellations.
Do you know of anything that is a major security issue but cannot be fixed, for example, because it's a hardware flaw on the devices?
I am not aware of any specific incidents like that. It is not for any of the ones that are currently supported now. I don't believe so. There is anything like critical or like that crucial, let me put it that way. No, I think, yeah, like any of the ones we currently support are suitable, but still get 8 or later, because you don't want to run a phone that is end of life, right? And we will also just drop support for those phones. So yeah.
I don't know if you have any more questions about, or questions on your side, if you want to cover any more.
Someone does. Yeah, okay. This is, I guess, yeah, this does kind of count. They say Pixel firmware sometimes has issues that require a full power cycle, including discharging the device when shut down. This shouldn't be a security issue, but it is semi-common. Yeah, I mean, sometimes people like discharge their phone all the way down to 0%, and then like they plug it in, and it's kind of strange because like the phone starts to like boot the OS, but oftentimes that requires more power than is being delivered to the phone. So the phone ends up kind of like boot looping. In a way, it tries to start the OS, crashes, phone shuts down on repeat. But you can fix that by just like pausing the boot process at the like verified boot key screen when it tells you that you're running a different operating system. Just hit the power button to pause the screen there. Let it sit for a few minutes and then resume. Does GrapheneOS have any plans for an enterprise device management app or any other features geared towards enterprise appeal? I'm not aware of any immediate plans. But it is, of course, useful to try to make these apps work if they don't. Or at least, try our best. See what's fixable, right? As I'm also mentioning that Pixel 6a cannot be used for flashing like another pixel like to install GrapheneOS on. That is something I've also read. Cannot verify myself, but that is, yeah, one of those. A weird quirk that might affect you. Okay, one last question. They ask, how was the live stream and interaction with the community for you both? I mean, it was good from my side.
Yeah, I think the
I
questions
would
and
say.
amount of them was overwhelming a little bit. I never had that many come in a stream before.
Yeah. I think it was a pretty good mix of like over discussions. Maybe a little fatiguing for Josh in particular because he's always in front of the camera, right? So that's maybe something we need to do better next time, potentially. Um, we
Yeah, I thought
see.
it was great though.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
definitely enjoyed
Lots
it.
of interesting questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good mix for sure. I think I talked about pretty much everything I wanted to touch on. So that was good. Yeah.
Not for sure. And someone did ask, where can people go to read more about GrapheneOS and where can they donate? I don't know if you want to point them in the right direction for that to see them off.
Yeah, there is on the website there's a like subsection donate. So it's just like grapheneos.org /donate, and then you can get to the donation page, and it kind of tells you all the donation options: GitHub sponsors, Bitcoin, Monero, Zcash, Ethereum, Cardano, Litecoin, Wise, local bank transfer, PayPal, and Interact e-transfer. So you have all the options. You have all the options. And I believe those are pretty much also sorted by like the least amount of fees you have to pay from top to bottom. I know GitHub sponsor is pretty good in that regard. But yeah, you can. I mean, we get a lot of donations through like crypto as well. So yeah, of course, donations always welcome. But as I said before, if you want to participate in the project beyond like just using it, there's plenty of ways, right? Plenty of ways.
Yeah, advocating online
So,
for it kind of posting your experience with it definitely helps.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely one of the most important things you can do with the biggest impact. And definitely do not underestimate how much of an impact that can have. So yeah, it's my favorite part because it's so easy, or like, you know, like the barrier to entry is so low in that regard. You don't need any specific knowledge or like hardware or whatever. You just need yourself and an internet connection, I suppose. Yeah, so that's awesome.
Yeah, I think that about sums it up pretty well then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Yeah, thanks everyone for sticking around.
I'm really curious. Yeah, I'm really curious how, like, the aftermath when you upload this massive chunk of the video, how people react. It might be a little too long for some people, but oh well.
Yeah.
But I mean, you said you were gonna kind of put out some timestamps on like what we generally talk about. I think that's gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
So people can
click
maybe
through,
click through, yeah, on the topics that, you know, they might be interested in the most.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, lovely.
Yeah. Thanks again for being here. Appreciate it. And thanks again, everyone, as well.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope the beginning of the stream was fine. I was definitely a little shaky, but it's fine.
We went from shaky to comfortable to tired. So
yeah,
the whole spectrum.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. But that about sums it up. Yeah. Awesome.
Sounds good. Everyone have a good one.
Yeah.